good. I get to accumulate more merit to start off the new year. I got my Strepsils, I got my hot water. I'm jacked up on caffeine. I haven't done this morning. We pretty much just go straight through, don't we? Good morning, Injulosa Tashi delle Das Kanse. To 80, that's a long one. 251. Oh yeah. Cho Chuna, beginning with the vow to take the full day vows. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dwelling in the 10 directions think of me. Masters think of me. Just as the Tathagatas, Arhats, completely perfect Buddhas of the past, the intelligent horse, the great elephants who have performed the task and fulfilled the function, have cast off the load, who have thereupon gained their own benefit. Who have completely extinguished the fetters of existence, whose words are true, whose minds are well and truly freed, who have well and truly liberated wisdom, just as they, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true and complete enlightenment, who properly performed restoration and purification. I state your name, Karma Trinlitai, shall also, from this time onward, until the sun rises tomorrow, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly undertake restoration and purification. Repeating from page 3 with the ritual for the Mahayana Sojong. This morning His Eminence Gyaltsen Rinpoche is giving the vow. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dwelling in the 10 directions, think of me. Master, think of me. Just as the Tathagatas, Arhats, completely perfect Buddhas of the past, the intelligent horse, the great elephant, who have performed the task and fulfilled the function, who have cast off the load, who have thereupon gained their own benefit, who have completely extinguished the fetters of existence, whose words are true, whose minds are well and truly freed, who have well and truly liberated wisdom, just as they, for the benefit of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly performed restoration and purification, I, state your name, Karma Trinlitaye, shall also, from this time onward, until the sun rises tomorrow, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, I properly undertake restoration and purification. Third recitation from page 3. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dwelling in the 10 directions, think of me. Master, think of me. Just as the Tathagatas, Arhats, completely perfect Buddhas of the past, the intelligent horses, the great elephants, who have performed the task and fulfilled the function, who have cast off the load, who have thereupon gained their own benefit, who have completely extinguished the fetters of existence, whose words are true, whose minds are well and truly freed, who have well and truly liberated wisdom, just as they, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly performed restoration and purification. I state your name, Karma Trinley, shall also, from this time onward, until the sun rises tomorrow, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true and complete enlightenment, I properly undertake restoration and purification. Then the master will say, Tap Yino, this is the method, and the students say, Lexo, it is very good. Lexo. Now comes the advice as to, having taken the vows, what one needs to refrain from. From now on, I shall not take life nor shall I take another's things. I shall commit no sexual act, nor shall I speak untruthful words. I shall give up intoxicants, which are the cause of many faults. I shall not sit on great high seats, nor eat at inappropriate times. I shall abstain from perfumes and necklaces, jewelry, song, and dance. Just as the Arhats at no time take life or do the other acts, I also give up killing and so forth. May I achieve supreme awakening. May this world, roiling with much suffering, be freed from the oceans of existence. Now the mantra for pure conduct. Ahara, Shuddha, Sattva, Pema, Vipu, Kita, Bhoja, Dara, Samanta, Ava, Lokite, Humbe, Soha. with conduct of faultless discipline, discipline that's completely pure, discipline free of arrogance, may I perfect transcendent discipline. Following all the victors, may I train and bring excellent conduct to perfection. May I act with pure, stainless discipline that never lapses and is free of faults. May the body have auspiciousness of the three robes, speech the auspiciousness of the three baskets, mind the auspiciousness of the three trainings, and may all have the auspiciousness of the three jewels. Page 7, the three daily observances in Sanskrit. 7 in the new version of the prayer book, 17 in the old version. All in the assembly here then kneel on both knees. I go for refuge to the Buddha. I go for refuge to the Dharma. I go for refuge to the Sangha. I go for refuge to the Buddha. I go for refuge to the Dharma. I go for refuge to the Sangha. Repeating, I go for refuge to the Buddha. I go for refuge to the Dharma. I go for refuge to the Sangha. To the teacher, Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who tames beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Buddha Bhagavan, the glorious victor Shakyamuni, I prostrate, I make offerings, and I go for refuge. Bow, repeating from the middle of page 7. To the teacher, Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness and conduct, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who tames beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Buddha Bhagavan, the glorious victor Shakyamuni. I prostrate, I make offerings, and I go for refuge. Bow. Repeating for the third time from middle of page 7. To the teacher, Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness and conduct, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who tames beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Buddha Bhagavan, the glorious victor Shakyamuni. I prostrate, I make offerings, and I go for refuge. Bow. Page 8. Sorry, not page 8. From page 12, the middle of page 12, the Sutra of the Heart of Transcendent Wisdom, page 12 in the new book. I prostrate to the Omniscient One, the Bodhisattva, Noble Lord Avalokiteshvara, looking at the practice of profound transcendent wisdom, saw that the 5 aggregates are empty by nature. Here, Shariputra, form is empty. Emptiness is also form. Emptiness is not other than form. Form is not emptiness. What is form is emptiness. What is emptiness is form. Feeling, conception, formation, and consciousness are also the same. Therefore, Shariputra, all dharmas are emptiness. No characteristics, unborn, unceasing, no stains, no freedom from stains, no decrease, and no increase. Shariputra, therefore in emptiness there is no form, no feeling, no conception, no formation, and no consciousness. There is no eye, no ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind. There is no form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma. There is no element of the eye, up to no element of the mind. There is no knowing, no ignorance, no extinction of knowing, no extinction of ignorance, up to no aging and death. There is no extinction of aging and death. There is no suffering, origin, cessation, or path. There is no wisdom and no attainment. Bodhisattvas rely upon and dwell within transcendent wisdom without any obscurations of mind. Since they have no obscurations of mind, they have no fear. They completely transcend the mistaken and reach ultimate nirvana. All the Buddhas dwelling in the 3 times awaken to unsurpassed, true, complete enlightenment by relying on this profound transcendent wisdom. Therefore, the great mantra of transcendent wisdom, the mantra of great awareness, the unsurpassed mantra, the mantra equal to the unequaled, The mantra that completely pacifies all suffering is truth, for there is no deception. Know the mantra that speaks of transcendent wisdom. Tadyata gate gate para gate parasamgate bodhisvaha. De gate para gate parasamgate bodhisvaha. Tadyata gate gate para gate parasamgate bodhisvaha. This completes the Sutra of the Heart of Transcendent Wisdom. Page 16 in the new book, page 16. Do not do anything that's wrong. Conduct yourself with utmost virtue. Completely tame your own mind. This is the teaching of the Buddhas. Like stars or seeing spots or candles, or like illusions, dewdrops, bubbles, like dreams or lightning, or else clouds. View all composites in this way. By this merit, may we attain omniscient, defeat the enemy, wrongdoing, and free all wanderers from the ocean of existence. Churned by great waves of birth, age, sickness, and death. Bhavantu Sarva Mangalam. Turning to page 31 in the new book, 24 in the old version, 31 in the new book, 24 in the old, Refuge in Bodhicitta. Again, Refuge in Bodhicitta from page 31 in the new version, 24 in the old version. All my mothers, all beings throughout space, especially the enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and all those who obstruct my liberation in omniscience, must have happiness, be free from suffering, and quickly attain precious, unsurpassable, complete, and perfect awakening. Repeating 3 times, second repetition, top of page 31. All my mothers, all beings throughout space, especially the enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and all those who obstruct my liberation and omniscience. They must have happiness, be free of suffering, and quickly attain precious, unsurpassable, complete, and perfect awakening. Repeating for the third time, top of page 31. All my mothers, all beings throughout space, especially the enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and all those who obstruct my liberation and omniscience. They must have happiness, be free of suffering, and quickly attain unsurpassable, complete, and perfect awakening. For that purpose, until Buddhahood, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. Until death, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. We repeat this 3 times from the middle of page 31. For that purpose, until Buddhahood, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. Until death, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. Third repetition, middle of 31. For that purpose, until Buddhahood, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. Until death, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. All beings throughout the reaches of space take refuge in the Bhagavan Buddha, supreme among human beings. We take refuge in the Dharmas, supreme among all freedoms from attachment. We take refuge in the Arya Sanghas, supreme among assemblies. Repeating from the bottom of 31. All beings throughout the reaches of space take refuge in the Bhagavan Buddhas, supreme among human beings. We take refuge in the genuine Dharmas, supreme among all freedoms from attachment. We take refuge in the Arya Sanghas, supreme among assemblies. All beings throughout the reaches of space take refuge in the Bhagavan Buddhas, supreme among human beings. We take refuge in the genuine Dharmas, supreme among all freedoms from attachment. We take refuge in the Arya Sanghas, supreme among assemblies. From the way of the Bodhisattva, it's the Bodhisattva vow. Until I reach enlightenment's essence, I go for refuge to the Buddhas. I go for refuge to the Dharma and Sangha of Bodhisattvas too. Just as the Sugatas of the past aroused the mind of bodhicitta, just as they followed, step by step, the training of the bodhisattvas, so too shall I, to benefit wanderers, arouse the mind of bodhicitta. So too shall I follow step by step the bodhisattva's training, until I reach enlightenment's essence. I go for refuge to the Buddhas. I go for refuge to the Dharma and Sangha of Bodhisattvas too. Just as the Sugatas of the past aroused the bodhicitta, just as they followed, step by step, the training of the Bodhisattvas, so too shall I, to benefit wanderers, arouse the mind of bodhicitta. So too shall I follow step by step the Bodhisattva's training. Repeating from the middle of 32. Until I reach enlightenment's essence, I go for refuge to the Buddhas. I go for refuge to the Dharma and Sangha of Bodhisattvas too. Just as the Sugatas of the past aroused the mind of bodhicitta, just as they followed, step by step, the training of bodhisattvas, so too shall I, to benefit wanderers, arouse the mind of bodhicitta. So too shall I follow step by step the bodhisattva's training. Continuing on to page 33, the branch of blessing the ground. Through the power of the truth of the three jewels and their blessing, through the power of the completion of the two accumulations, through the power of the natural qualities of the Dharma Dhatu, through the power of the purification of Buddha realms, such as the preparation of pure realms by bodhisattvas, and through the power of our imagination, may this place have all the adornments, features, excellent qualities of Buddha realms. Repeat 3 times, top of 33. Through the power of the truth of the three jewels and their blessing, through the power of the completion of the two accumulations, through the power of the natural qualities of the Dharma Dhatu, through the power of the purification of Buddha realms, such as the preparation of pure realms by bodhisattvas, and through the power of our imagination, may this place have all the adornments, features, and excellent qualities of Buddha realms. Repeating from the top of 33. Through the power of the truth of the three jewels and their blessing, through the power of the completion of the two accumulations, through the power of the natural qualities of the Dharma Dhatu, through the power of the purification of Buddha realms, such as the preparation of pure realms by bodhisattvas, and through the power of our imagination, May this place have all the adornments, features, and excellent qualities of Buddha realms. Middle of 33. The blessing of the palace. In its center is a great palace, blazing greatly with the 7 jewels. Their great light rays completely, utterly fill innumerable world realms. The palace has countless distinct features and is of immeasurable vastness. It is a place that perfectly transcends the 3 realms. It utterly transcends the world. It has arisen from supermundane roots of virtue. It is utterly pure and has the character of masterful awareness. It is the abode of the Tathagatas. It has the Sangha of uncountable bodhisattvas, innumerable gods, yakshas, gandharvas, demigods, garudas, kanaras, great serpents, humans and non-human beings move about within it. It is approached through the joy and great bliss of the taste of Dharma. It is a place where all benefit for beings is perfectly accomplished. It is free from any harm by any stain of the kleshas. All maras have been vanquished there. It has the array of the Tathagatas, features superior to all others. It is emancipation through great recollection and realization. It is the mount upon which great shamatha and vipassana ride. It is entered by the gates of liberation, emptiness, absence of attributes, and absence of wishes. This great palace's foundation is a great king of jeweled lotuses, adorned by boundless qualities. In its center are thrones composed of the various jewels of gods, nagas, humans, and others. Atop the thrones are mats made of priceless divine and human fabrics. On those have been placed various resplendent, pure, stainless lotus seats. The branch of blessing the offerings. Above those thrones fall such things as reins of parasols, canopies, banners, and bunting made of various jewels and colorful divine and human fabrics, as well as Mandarava flowers of the gods. As well, canopies, parasols, banners, and bunting are beautifully draped. The palace's walls are also beautified by nets and strings of jewels, silk, flowers, and by banners, bunting, and so forth. On the ground are scattered flowers of gods and humans, bountiful oceans of clouds of excellent, diverse, inconceivable, inexhaustible offerings, like those described in the Sutra of the 3 sections and the aspiration for excellent conduct. Including offering water, flowers, incense, lamps, scented water, food, and music, utterly fill the reaches of space. tea offering. Samyak Sambadaya Gabe Gabe Ma Gabe Gabe Bai Saneza. The tea is offered to the lamas, the essence of all Buddhas.
Good morning and Happy New Year. Just a quick announcement while you're enjoying your tea about the Kagyu procession.
We are on page 36, the branch of invitation. Bhagavan Tathagata Arhat, completely perfect Buddha Shakyamuni, all Buddhas of the 10 directions, and all Sangha of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas. I invite you in order to purify the stains of the wrongdoing and downfalls of myself and all beings, and in order to increase our accumulation of merit. I implore your great compassion. Now is the time. I pray that you consider me. Page 37. O Siddhartha, I pray that you come here. O Deva of Devas, O leader, O bringer of joy, happiness, and supreme joy. O renowned, unsurpassable healer, O you, with all-seeing eyes. O equal of the unequal, you who have peerless qualities and splendor, you who have a body perfectly adorned by the excellent marks and signs. I pray that you come here. Continuing from near the bottom of page 37. For each and every being, a protector. You vanquished the ferocious hordes of Mara. You know all things just as they are, Bhagavan. I pray you come here with your retinue. Bhagavan, who for many countless aeons trained in compassion out of love for beings. Now is the time to fulfill your vast aspirations. By benefiting beings, just as you have wished. I pray that out of the spontaneous palace of Dharmadhatu, you and your pure retinue will come. I pray that you will come displaying miracles and blessings to liberate infinite sentient beings. Foremost master of dharmas, with a complexion like purest gold, more radiant than even the sun. I invite you with fervor. peaceful and greatly compassionate. Subdued, abiding in meditation. Unattached to dharmas, with unobstructed, pristine wisdom. With utterly invincible power. Come here, peaceful and pure. Shakyamuni, great omniscient being. Your form embodies great goodness. I pray that you come to this place. Middle of page 39. Out of kindness toward me and all beings, through your miraculous power, I pray, Bhagavan, that you remain whenever I present offerings. the branch of welcome on the bottom of page 39. The Bhagavan is welcome here. We have such merit and good fortune. We ask that you remain right here. In order to accept our offerings. We're at the top of page 40, the branch of ablution. Later. Thank you. Within this sweetly fragrant house for bathing, lustrous, prepared with floors of crystal, bright and attractive pillars, all aglow with jewels, and hanging canopies of sparkling pearls. Just as all the gods offered ablution to the Buddha when he was born, in the same way, I offer ablution with the pure water of the gods. Although the bodies, speech, and mind of the Buddhas have no afflictions, to purify the obscurations of body, speech, and mind of beings, I offer this ablution to the bodies, speech, and minds of the Buddhas. May the obscurations of body, speech, and mind of all beings be purified. From precious vases that have been well filled, with water, imbued with many fragrances. I bathe the Sugatas and Bodhisattvas, accompanied by song, cymbals, and music. We're on page 41 near the top, the branch of drying their bodies. With clean and finely scented cloths beyond compare, I dry their bodies. I offer them the finest robes, well dyed and with a lovely scent. I adorn the noble Samantabhadra, Manjushri, Lokeshvara, and others with fabrics, delicate and soft. And hundreds of the best adornments. Like polishing refined, pure gold. I anoint with the best fragrances, whose scents waft through the billion worlds. I anoint the radiant bodies of all Buddhas. Turning to page 62 in the new edition, page 55 in the old edition. Praises from the ornament of the sutras. One of the texts that Maitreya gave to our Sangha. Dode Gyen in Tibetan. Praise from that text. Again, page 62 in the new edition, page 55 in the old edition. The newest old tradition, I believe version 2. I prostrate to you who have affection for beings, who intend that they encounter happiness and avoid suffering, who intend that they never be without joy, who intend the benefit and happiness of all. You, Shakyamuni, are definitely liberated from all obscurations. You overwhelm all worlds. Your wisdom pervades all objects of knowledge. I prostrate to you whose mind is liberated. You tame all the kleshas of all sentient beings. You destroy kleshas, yet are kind to those with kleshas. I prostrate to you. Spontaneously present, you are without attachment or impediment, and always in meditation. I prostrate to you who answer all questions. I prostrate to you who teach well, whose intellect is always unimpeded regarding what is to be taught, words and meaning, and the means of teaching, speech and wisdom. Coming among us, you know our conduct. I prostrate to you who clearly teach us in our own languages what has been, what will be, and emancipation. Any being who sees you knows you to be a holy being. I prostrate to you, the mere sight of whom causes great awe. I prostrate to you who have mastery over taking birth, remaining, and letting go, over emanation, transformation, samadhi, and pristine wisdom. I prostrate to you who conquer the maras that deceive beings, about means, refuge, purity, and the Mahayana emancipation. I prostrate to you who, by demonstrating the benefit of yourself and others through pristine wisdom, relinquishment, emancipation, and the overcoming of impediments, are unrivaled by Tirthakas. You are beyond the observance and free from forgetfulness. In assemblies you teach at ease. You have relinquished the two aspects of affliction. I prostrate to you who gather assemblies. Omniscient one, whether you are moving or remaining still, you are never other than omniscient. I prostrate to you who have the authentic meaning. In benefiting beings, you are never untimely. Your deeds are always meaningful. I prostrate to you who are never forgetful. You regard every world during the 6 periods of each day and night. You have great compassion. I prostrate to you whose intention is to bring benefit. I prostrate to you who in conduct, realization, pristine wisdom, and activity are superior to all, Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. You attain the all-encompassing, great awakening of the Trikaya. I prostrate to you who always resolve doubts of beings. I prostrate to you who have no avarice, no wrongdoing, no defilements, and no indolence. You who never waver, you who are without complexity toward all dharmas. Page 66. I prostrate to the great giver to the tigress, Shibi, Kosala, the 2 merchants, the rabbit, Agastya, the giver of flesh, Vishvantara, and the offerer, Indra, Brahman, Umadyanti, Suparaga, the fish, the quail, the jug, the rich man's son, the austere one, and the merchant. Awakening, the king of swans, Mahabodhi, the monkey, Sharabha, the Ruru, the monkey king, Shantivadi, Brahma, the elephant, these 10. Chandra, the renunciate in the iron building, Drishta Pratijana, the water buffalo, the woodpecker, the captain. Suvarna, Kunda, the outcast, Yashtrababa, these 10. The householder, lamplight, the rabbit, Samjanapyati, the 2 boys, Daritri, Sukham Datta, pleasant light, Padma, Lokanda, these 10. Brahmadatta, the seeker of Dharma, Janavati, Jalavahan, Adarshamkwa, Goshaliwarta, Kumara, the Naga King, the Beaver, and the Rishi, these 10, the two compassionate ones, Jyoti, Indra, Brahman, the dancing girl, Mahadatta, the Naga King, the lion, the boy, Mega, these 10, Basvara, the Brahman, the gambler, Peshala, the elephant, Ujjana, Danika, Samandandi, Akasha, and Tristan, these 10, Mahasattva, Chandaprabha, Shivi, the Brahman, Saraparibhuta, the lion, the captain, Sudana, Shushadeva, Punyabala, Suprabha, the rishi, Ketumati, Shayamaka, Suryamala, the camel, Neme, Utpala, the two bodhisattvas, these 10. I prostrate you, the Buddha who perfected the qualities of the 12 deeds, who left Ashita, entered the womb, were born, mastered craft, disported, renounced the world, engaged in austerities, approached the Bodhi tree, conquered the forces of Mara and attained awakening, turned the wheel of Dharma and passed into Nirvana. May I, like you, perfect the qualities of the deeds for the benefit of others. The praise of the 12 deeds, page 69. Skilled in means from compassion, you took birth as a Shakyan. You vanquished Mara's forces while others could not. Your body resplendent as golden Mount Meru. O King of the Shakyas, I prostrate to you. It is you who at first roused the mind of enlightenment, then perfected the accumulations of merit and wisdom. So vast are your deeds in this age, I praise you who are the protector of wanderers. You benefited gods, then knowing it was time to tame humans, you came down from heaven as an elephant. You looked at her caste and then entered the womb of the Queen Mahamaya. I prostrate to this deed. When 10 months had passed, you, son of the Shakyas, were born in the auspicious grove of Lumbini. Both Brahma and Indra bow to you with your great marks of the family of enlightenment. I prostrate to this deed. A youth with great strength, a lion among men, you showed your great prowess at Angamagda. You vanquished all people inflated with arrogance. You are without rival. I prostrate to this deed. In order to act in accord with the ways of the world and avert any censure. You took a retinue of queens. Thus, through means that were skillful, you governed your kingdom. I prostrate to this deed. You saw the affairs of samsara are pointless, and left your household, going off in the sky. near the stupa of great purity, you, by yourself, went forth to ordain. I prostrate to this deed. With the thought to accomplish enlightenment through effort, for 6 years you practiced austerities on the banks of the Naranjana. And perfecting your diligence, you gain the supreme jhana. I prostrate to this deed. As your efforts from beginningless time had a purpose, in Magadha, under the tree of enlightenment, unmoving, you sat and manifested awakening to perfect enlightenment. I prostrate to this deed. You soon, with compassion, regarded all wanderers, and in Varanasi and other great places, you turned the wheel of Dharma, thus bringing your disciples into the 3 vehicles. I prostrate to this deed. To vanquish the evil objections of others, in the land of Varanasi, you subdued the demons. The 6 Tirthaka teachers, Devadatta, and others. The sage triumphed in battle. I prostrate to this deed. Your qualities, unparalleled in the 3 realms. In Shravasti, you displayed wondrous miracles. All gods and humans make you great offerings. You spread the teachings. I prostrate to this deed. In order to encourage all those who are lazy to the Dharma, on Kushinagar's good, clean ground, you departed the deathless, Vajra-like body and passed into nirvana. I prostrate to this deed. Because in reality, there is no destruction, and so that beings of the future gain merit, in that very place you left many relics. The 8 parts of your remains I prostrate to this deed. Page 73, offerings from the Dharani of the Lamp of the 3 Jewels. Page 73. All sorts of flowers, canopies of flowers, flower arrangements radiant with light, diverse flowers spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas, all sorts of incense canopies of incense, incense arrangements radiant with light, diverse incense spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of fragrance, canopies of fragrance, fragrant arrangements radiant with light, diverse fragrances spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of garlands, canopies of garlands, garland arrangements radiant with light, diverse garlands spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of powders, canopies of powder, powder arrangements radiant with light, diverse powders spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of fabrics, canopies of fabrics, fabric arrangements radiant with light, diverse fabrics spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of parasols, canopies of parasols, parasol arrangements radiant with light, diverse parasols spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of jewels, canopies of jewels, jewel arrangements radiant with light, diverse jewels spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of lotuses, canopies of lotuses, diverse lotuses spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas. All sorts of ornaments, canopies of ornaments, ornamental arrangements radiant with light, diverse ornaments spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings, the Buddhas, supreme victory banners emanating bright light rays. Those banners, white, yellow, red, blue, and of diverse colors and array. With many of these, I decorate the Buddha's realms. Parasols decorated by diverse nets of jewels, well draped with ribbons, banners, and nets of little bells resounding with the Buddha's speech. I hold these over the Tathagata's heads. From the palms of my hands, I present inconceivable offerings. Just as I would offer them to a single Buddha, I offer them in the same way to all Buddhas, without exception. Such is the miraculous display of the Buddha's Samadhi. Page 76, Offerings from the Way of the Bodhisattva. To the Buddhas, those thus gone, and to the sacred Dharma, spotless and supremely rare, and to the Buddha's offspring, oceans of good qualities, I make perfect offering. I offer every fruit and flower, every kind of healing draught, and all the precious gems the world contains. With all pure waters of refreshment, every mountain wrought of precious jewels, all sweet and lonely forest groves, the trees of paradise adorned with blossom, trees with branches bowed with perfect fruit, fragrance of divine and other realms, all incense, wishing trees, and trees of gems, all crops that grow without the tiller's care, and every sumptuous object worthy to be offered, lakes and mirrors adorned with lotuses, delightful with sweet-voiced cries of water birds, and everything unclaimed and free, extending to the margins of the boundless sky. I hold them all before my mind, and to the mighty sage, the greatest of our kind, and to his heirs I make a perfect offering. Sublime recipients, compassionate lords, oh, think of me with love, accept these gifts of mine. For, destitute of merit, I am very poor. I have no other wealth, and so, protectors, you whose wise intentions are for others' good, in your great power, receive them for my sake. Enlightened ones and all your bodhisattva heirs, I offer you my body throughout all my lives. Supreme courageous ones, accept me totally, for with devotion I will be your slave. For if you will accept me, I will be undaunted by samsara and will act for being's sake. I place before the mighty sages perfect objects of my worship, glorious flowers like lotuses and mandarava, the utpala and other fragrant blossoms, worked and twined in lovely scented garlands. I will offer swelling clouds of frankincense, whose ambient perfume ravishes the mind, and various foods of every kind of drink, all delicious, worthy of the gods. I will offer precious lamps arranged in rows on lotuses of gold, a carpet of sweet flowers scattering upon the level, incense-sprinkled ground. To all those whose very nature is compassion, I will give vast palaces, resounding with the fair praise, all decked with precious pearls and beauteous pendant gems, gleaming jewels that deck the amplitude of space. Fair and precious parasols adorned with golden shafts, all bordered round with hems of precious jewels. Upright, well-proportioned, pleasing to the eye, again, all this I give to all the Buddhas. May a host of other offerings and clouds of ravishing sweet melody that solaces the pain of living beings arise and constantly abide. May rains of flowers and every precious gem fall down in an unceasing rain upon the jewels of sacred Dharma, images and all supports for offering, just as Manjugosha and the like made offerings to all the conquerors, I likewise, to all the Buddhas, our protectors, and to the Bodhisattvas, their children. Turning now to page 251, 244 in the old book, page 251, the praised beautiful ornament of the earth. Page 251. Kishtagarbha, you care for all beings. Like the ground, you support many qualities. Like a wish-fulfilling jewel, you fulfill the hopes of the 3 levels. I prostrate and praise you, the lords of the 10 levels. Leading beings from level to level, you establish them in Buddhahood. You increase the earth's fruit, its herbs and crops. You are the Lord of this earth, filled with diverse riches. I prostrate to and praise you. You are like an excellent vase, a wishing tree, a cloud of the age of perfection, and a lake of Amrita. The thought of you brings prosperity. I prostrate to and praise you who embody compassion. You alone have the treasury of space, supreme among the qualities of innumerable Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. In the guise of a Bodhisattva, you do the deeds of a Buddha in realms without limit. I bow to you. Your limitless qualities are like the light rays of a jewel. They end forever, all degenerate decline. Your vast activity brings the splendor of fourfold abundance. I prostrate to and praise you. The Buddha praised you, supreme and foremost Bodhisattva, saying that the brief recollection of you is more effective for the fulfillment of wishes than to worship and supplicate. Manjugosha, Lokeshvara, Samantabhadra, Ajita, and the other great Bodhisattvas, the Buddha's disciples, for many kalpas, through my praising you, who are inseparable from the Buddhas, please bestow all the splendors that I desire. May all beings of the 3 levels gain faith. May they be cared for by you, Lord of the earth. May the earth's richness increase. May all on earth be filled with joy, passing from level to level. May they accomplish the supreme level. Page 254. I prostrate to the master of the secrets of all Tathagatas, the great Bodhisattva, Sri Samantabhadra. Glorious Lord of all secrets, you know everything in an instant. Your mind contains boundless, pristine wisdom. I bow to you, great Vajra, who bestows the supreme. Your nature is peace, your appearance variety. You know everything, but see it as nothing. Youthful Bodhisattva, you are the elder of all Buddhas. I prostrate to you, Samantabhadra, who are unlike anyone else. As with the extremes of the past, you have passed beyond the misery of thought. As with the extreme of the future, you are the mother of all Bodhisattvas. As with the extremes of the present, you dwell in all realms of space. You who are wondrous, your life is an ocean of wonders. To the end of space, you are solely infinite, empty of all. The ends of the Dharmadhatu are solely infinite, utterly pure. The realms of sentient beings infinite are solely illusory. Your deeds are infinite, solely unknown. The wondrous great sage defeated the powers of Mara and awoken to wondrous Buddhahood under the Bodhi tree. When the infinite wondrous Bodhisattvas gathered, your inconceivable wondrous life was clearly heard. Yet later, I developed doubts about you, and so I shall praise your liberation with a sincere mind. Self-arisen hero, soulful of the Maras, most glorious of all the Bodhisattvas. You have severed oceans of Buddhas, served oceans of Buddhas for uncountable eons, oceans of eons in the past. You make offerings to the oceans of Buddhas, appearing in the ocean that stretch to all the ends. Holding the sage's secrets, you appear in the presence of all the Buddhas through the reaches deep as an ocean of the oceans of the 10 directions, yet you are free of coming and going. You are the equal in your wisdom mind of all the Buddhas who have appeared in the 3 times, and your speech mixes inseparably with the melodious voice of all the victors. You have as many emanations as there are emanations of their bodies, and yet, saying that you are training on the path, you teach the assemblies of bodhisattvas. Your illusion, utterly fearless, are harder than the expanse of space. A glorious jewel Vajra transcends all the spheres of the senses. All the Buddhas of the 3 times empower you in an instant with great light rays. You engage the realms of all sentient beings equally with emanations that are the same as the Buddhas. It is your power that this ordinary person's mind is not destroyed from the terror of this. We fear that these deeds of yours will rend the sky, in which they must fit. Does this not frighten the listeners and the self-Buddhas and even the powerful heroes? Ama, so wondrous, in a single instant of mind from a single pore, there come out, filling the reaches of the sky, infinite clouds of flowers, incense, masses of lamps and scented water, food with sublime flavor and music. Infinite clouds of lustrous parasols, canopies, robes, banners, and jewels. Clouds decorated by precious, supreme jewels and tiaras, lustrous shoulder ornaments, and strings of necklaces. Melodious clouds of praise with oceans of aspects, of melodies of the dance of beautiful gods and goddesses. Just as Raptutroche offered these to one Buddha, you offer them to all the Buddhas of the 3 times. Infinite are the clouds of your various emanations, equal to the realms of sentient beings. The Lord of gods Brahma, peaceful Hari, Kubera, protector of the world, the sun and moon, Maheshvara, the lords of Asuras and Garudas, universal emperors and beautiful women who captivate the mind in various ways. To some you appear as Yamantaka and the clouds of wrathful beings who difficult to forbear. To some, as the listeners with peaceful liberation and the self-awakened. To some, as the various lords of the 10th level who perform conduct of the 10 paramitas. To some, as clouds of great supreme emanations who display the 12 deeds. In each instant of the mind as well, your displays reaches to the end of the space of the Dharma expanse. You have the strength of miracles to display on a single pore on your body all the Buddhas who have appeared in the 3 times along with their realms and retinues. And in a single utterance you teach the many melodies of all dharmas without a single word left out. With a single samadhi you enter an absorption equal to everything that can be known. Though you have no thoughts, you know the thoughts of all realms of sentient beings in a single instant. All the bodhisattva heroes who see the manners of aspiration and liberation proclaim, "May I dwell in the all-good conduct." Their whir resounds everywhere in the 3 times. In each instant, hearing your name completely liberates realms of sentient beings that ripen in a moment, day, month, or year, or eon, or hundreds of eons, or uncountable infinite eons, more numerous than the atoms in the billion-fold universe. In a single instant, you perform deeds that the Supreme Nirmanakaya victors do not. And yet, such desire as this is wondrous, such longing and never being contented. Amazing such hatred as this that conquers the Maras, false guides, and sorcerers. Unmoved by even a speck by the attributes of thoughts, dwelling in great delusion is a marvel. I have heard you say such prideful things, as that your activity equals that of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. Saying that you shall also display such liberation can also be taken as great jealousy, but those who uphold such wisdom, called by the names of the afflictions, are called the Masters of Secrets. The compiler of the Vajrayana, stainless Vajrachandra, he who is the ear of all victors, the Master of Speech, Vajradharma. The mind of the victor, Samantabhadra, who is mixed with all aspects of the sixth mind. These and other epithets for your name are more numerous than the names of sentient beings. The mighty sage told of the manner of your liberation at length in the sutras. But these words are just a portion of that, tossed as atoms of longing for that purpose. Ema-o, Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, though you have long nurtured them through oceans of eons in the past, wanderers still do not follow you. Their misconceptions still have power. Though all the Buddhas have praised you, we beings who have not uttered a single word in praise of you are extremely deluded. If Manjushri, Avalokita, and so forth follow your example in liberation, what of these beings of the three worlds who do not follow you even a little? Shakyamuni said, foremost among all bodhisattvas is the one named Samantabhadra. His wisdom has no equal. My rejoicing awakened by that, I present offering clouds filling all realms, and I also offer you my body and all my possessions. I confess before you with extreme regret all my past wrongdoing, unvirtuous actions, and downfalls. All my karmic obscurations, may I never repeat them from now on. I implore the Buddhas who abide in the oceans of directions and times to turn the ocean-like wheel of Dharma in order to dispel the darkness of beings' minds. I pray that for immeasurable oceans of kalpas, you remain without passing into nirvana. May all the conduct of generosity, morality, patience, diligence, meditation, wisdom, excellent means, aspiration, strength, and the ocean of pristine wisdom become perfectly complete. May I never forget bodhicitta. May I always see the ocean of Buddhas, always hear the ocean of Dharma, and smell the fragrance of the ocean of morality. May I taste the flavors of the ocean of the Mahayana. Experience the touch of the oceans of samadhi and attain realization of the ocean of pristine wisdom. May I always purify an ocean of realms, please oceans of Buddhas, dispel the suffering of oceans of beings, and always give them an ocean of supreme bliss. May I be accompanied by the ocean of bodhisattvas, hold all the means of the ocean of the supreme vehicle, utterly purify the ocean of kleshas, and cultivate an illusory ocean of feats. And all their bursts throughout the ocean of their lives, may the ocean of beings always fully abandon the ocean of unleisured states and attain the qualities of the ocean of leisure and resources. May I never be separated from the Bodhisattva Ajita, Avalokiteshvara, the protector, Mangu Sri Ghosha, and you, Samantabhadra. May I engage in deeds equal to yours. Through my praying to you with some devotion and through whatever virtues in these aspirations, may I place on the path all the beings who have been abandoned by all Buddhas. May all beings who give rise to inappropriate thoughts of hatred for me or attachment to me, and all those who see, hear, touch, or think of me, quickly attain irreversibility. May my aspirations be perfectly fulfilled. Continuing on 267, the praise of the six ornaments and two great beings, page 267. The ocean of your two accumulations is immeasurably deep. It is filled with the jewels of your pure qualities. Your wondrous activity radiates in the 10 directions. I bow to the feet of the omniscient Shakyamuni. You abide in the ocean of limitless profundity. The millions of birds of those who hold other views are unable to block the light of your view. I bow to the feet of Nagarjuna, the supreme Arya. You cast far away the stains of the womb. You perfectly mastered all the sutras and tantras. You defeated the Tirthakas in debate. I bow to the feet of Arya Deva. You heard all of his words from the Buddha himself. You spread the Buddha Dharma like the Buddha himself. I bow to the feet of Arya Sangha. In the manner of an ordinary person, you achieved the confident retention of the 99 lakhs words. I bow to the feet of the most learned Vasubandhu. Through your wondrous eloquence, you made the earth shake 6 times with a single word, destroying the confidence of adversaries. I bow to the feet of Diganaga. The light of your victory over all directions filled Jambudvipa, causing the white lotus of your renown to bloom. I bow to the feet of Dharmakirti. On the golden mountain of good tradition shone the sun of Shakyamuni's discipline. The lotus garden of those who wear the saffron bloomed. I bow to the feet of Gunaprabha. In the sky of the Buddha's words shone the moon of wisdom, making the night lilies of disciples smile. I bow to the feet of Shakyaprabha. In every birth, may I become a beautiful ornament of the Buddha Dharma. May I become supreme among those who have all the qualities of training. Renowned as ornaments who illuminated the world, the great chariots, Nagarjuna and Asanga, were repeatedly prophesied by the Buddha. The confluence of their lineages is renowned as the Kagyu, who are the protectors of beings. I continuously prostrate and bow to you all with body, speech, and mind. May you care for me in all my lives. Now turning to page 81, the Sutra in 3 sections. Page 74 in the older version, version 2, I believe. Page 81, the Sutra in 3 sections. This is a prayer for confession. It's a purification. I state your name, Karma Chunlitaye. Take refuge in the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma. I take refuge in the Sangha. I prostrate to the Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, Shakyamuni. I prostrate to conquerors with Vajragarbha. I prostrate to precious radiant light. I prostrate to king of Naga rulers. I prostrate to Virasena. I prostrate to glorious joy. I prostrate to precious fire. I prostrate to precious moonlight. I prostrate to meaningful to see. I prostrate to precious moon. I prostrate to Vimala. I prostrate to Viradatta. I prostrate to Brahma. I prostrate to Brahmadatta. I prostrate to Water Deva. I prostrate to Deva of Water Devas. I prostrate to glorious goodness. I prostrate to the glorious sandalwood. I prostrate to boundless splendor. I prostrate to glorious light. I prostrate to glorious Ashoka. I prostrate to Narayana. I prostrate to glorious flower. I prostrate to the Tathagata, manifest wisdom display of Brahma's light rays. I prostrate to the Tathagata, manifest wisdom display of lotus light rays. I prostrate to glorious wealth. I prostrate to glorious recollection. I prostrate to utterly renowned glorious name. I prostrate to the king at the peak of the victory banner of powers. I prostrate to glorious total overcomer. I prostrate to utterly victorious over warfare. I prostrate to goes by overcoming. I prostrate to glorious array of ubiquitous light. I prostrate to precious lotus who overcomes. I prostrate to the Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, king among lords of mountains who abides on a precious lotus. You and all the Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddhas who abide in the world realms in the 10 directions, as many as you may be, all you Bhagavan Buddhas, I pray that you consider me. I admit all the wrongdoing I have committed in this birth and other births and throughout all my beginningless births while circling in samsara. Wrongdoing committed by me as well as the encouragement of wrongdoing and rejoicing in wrongdoing. This including the theft of the wealth of stupas, the theft of the wealth of sanghas, or the wealth of the sanghas in the 4 directions, the encouragement of such theft and rejoicing in such theft, as well as the commission of the 5 worst actions, the encouragement of such actions and rejoicing in such actions, as well as entrance into the full acceptance of the path of the 10 unvirtuous actions, the encouragement of such entrance and rejoicing in such entrance. Also, whatever actions will, through their obscuration, cause migration to hell, migration to birth as an animal, migration to the realms of hungry ghosts, birth in a borderland, birth as a barbarian, birth among long-lived gods with incomplete faculties, the holding of wrong views, or birth in a place in which no Buddha will come. In the presence of the Bhagavan Buddhas who have pristine wisdom, who have eyes, who are witness, who are impeccable, who are wise, who see. I admit all obscuring actions. I reveal them, I confess them. I do not conceal them. I abstain from them henceforth. All you Bhagavan Buddhas, I pray that you consider me. I rejoice in all the roots of virtue that I have ever generated, including those generated in this birth, those generated in other births, and those generated throughout my beginningless births while circling in samsara, including all acts of generosity, even the gift of one mouthful of food to a being born as an animal. All roots of virtue coming from my observance of morality. All roots of virtue coming from my abiding in brahmacharya. All roots of virtue coming from my ripening of beings. All roots of virtue coming from my bodhicitta. And all my roots of virtue coming from unsurpassable, pristine wisdom. I recollect all these roots of virtue, and combining them into one, I utterly dedicate them to what is unexcelled, unsurpassable, and supreme. I utterly dedicate them to unsurpassable, perfect, complete awakening. I utterly dedicate them just as all the Bhagavan Buddhas of the past utterly dedicated roots of virtue, just as all Bhagavan Buddhas of the future will utterly dedicate them, and just as all Bhagavan Buddhas of the present are utterly dedicating them. I confess all wrongdoing. I rejoice in all merit. I pray to all Buddhas. May I achieve unsurpassable, supreme, pristine wisdom. With palms joined, I wholly take refuge in all the Buddhas, the best of humanity, who abide in the present, who abided in the past, and who are yet to come. All those who acclaim qualities are like boundless oceans. The Confession from the Light of Gold, Sutra, page 87. All Buddhas, holiest of all humans, whose minds have kindness and compassion, who abide in the worlds of the 10 directions, I pray that you consider me. Having entered your presence, you who have the 10 strengths, I confess all the unbearable wrongdoing I have done up to now. Whatever wrongdoing I have done, through not trusting my parents, through not trusting Buddhas, and through not trusting virtuous actions. Whatever wrongdoing I have done, through the arrogance of the vanity of wealth, the vanity of noble family and property, or the arrogance of the vanity of youth. Whatever wrongdoing I have done, whatever I have done that is wrong, or thought that was wrong or said, though not seeing it as wrong. The actions of a childish mind, of a mind darkened by ignorance, a mind influenced by unvirtuous companions, a mind agitated by kleshas. Whatever wrongdoing I have done out of a delight in play, out of misery, out of sickness, or out of discontent with my wealth. Whatever wrongdoings I have done through the influence of ignoble beings, through jealousy, greed, pretense, concealment, or poverty. Whatever wrongdoing I have done at times of desperation and ruin, when my desires were impeded, or because I lacked wealth. Whatever wrongdoing I have done under the power of an unstable mind, under the power of desire or anger, or when threatened by hunger and thirst. Whatever wrongdoing I have done for the sake of food and drink, for the sake of sex, possessions, or clothing, through the anguish of various kleshas. Whatever wrongdoing of the 3 types, misdeeds of body, speech, or mind, I have done and accumulated, I confess all of this. Whatever disrespect I have shown Buddhas, the Dharma, or Shravakas, I confess all of this. Whatever disrespect I have shown Pratyekya Buddhas or Bodhisattvas, I confess all of this. Whatever disrespect I have shown teachers of genuine Dharma or Dharma itself, I confess all of this. The rejection of genuine Dharma and the disrespect of my parents through my continual ignorance, I confess all of this. My obscuration by foolishness, childishness, desire, bewilderment, pride, and arrogance, I confess all of this. Turning to page 92, Generating Bodhicitta, page 92. I will present offerings to those with the 10 strengths in all the worlds in the 10 directions. I will rescue all the beings in the 10 directions from their suffering. I will establish all innumerable beings on the 10 levels. Having abided on the 10 levels, may they become Tathagatas. Until I have the ability to free them all from the ocean of suffering, I will engage in action for the sake of each one of them for 1,000,000 kalpas. I will teach this Light of Gold Sutra, which purifies all karma and presents the profound to all those beings. Someone who has for 1,000 kalpas done unthinkable wrong will purify all of it through one full confession. As I have done this confession through the virtue of the Light of Gold Sutra that quickly and perfectly exhausts karmic obscurations, I will abide on the 10 levels, the 10 supreme sources of the precious. I will manifest the Buddha's qualities. I will liberate beings from the ocean of samsara. The qualities of the oceans of Buddhas are deep and vast. In omniscience, I will perfect all those inconceivable qualities. Through hundreds of thousands of samadhis, inconceivable dharani, the powers, strengths, and the branches of awakening, I will accomplish the sublime 10 strengths. I pray that understanding me, Buddhas, you regard me. I pray that with compassion you accept my faults. My mind is miserable, desperate and oppressed by fear at the thought of all the wrongdoing I have done up to now throughout 100 kalpas. I am terrified by wrongdoing. My mind is always depressed. I am not pleased by what I have done. All Buddhas are compassionate. You remove dangers for all beings. I pray that you accept my faults. Free me from fear. Tathagatas, dispel the stains of my karma and kleshas. Buddhas, I pray that you wash me with the water of your compassion. I confess all wrongdoing. Whatever I have done in the past and my wrongdoing in the present, I confess all of it. I vow not to repeat henceforth all the faulty actions I have done. Whatever I have done that is wrong, I will not conceal it. The 3 actions of body, the 4 of speech, and the 3 of mind. I confess all of them. Done with my body, said with my speech, or thought in my mind, the 10 actions. I confess all of them. Having abandoned the 10 unvirtuous actions, I will rely upon the 10 virtuous actions. I will abide on the 10 levels. I will accomplish the 10 strengths. Having entered the presence of the Buddhas, I confess all the unvirtuous actions, the causes of undesired results that I have done. The Branch of Rejoicing, page 96. And I rejoice in all that is the merit of all the victors of the Buddha's children, Pratyekya Buddhas, learners and non-learners, of all the wanderers of the 10 directions. I rejoice in all the virtuous actions done by anyone in this Jambudvipa or in other world realms, the branch of supplicating to turn the wheel of Dharma. I request all those guardians who have wakened to Buddhahood and found detachment, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, to turn the wheel that cannot be surpassed, the branch supplicating them to remain. With palms joined, I supplicate all those who wish to demonstrate nirvana to stay for as many eons as there are atoms in the realms, to aid and bring well-being to all wanderers. We're on page 98, the dedication from the dedication of the Vajra Victory Banner. When engaging in bodhisattva conduct, whatever forms I see, whether pleasant or unpleasant, and whatever sounds, smells, tastes, tactile sensations, and dharmas I encounter, whether pleasant, unpleasant, or flawless, whenever I experience radiant, great joy, whenever I give rise to joy or accomplish joy, or gives rise to faith, or experience delight, or abide in supreme delight, or feel pleased, or dispel unhappiness, whenever virtues arise in my mind, or my mind becomes workable, or my thinking becomes flexible, or I experience the joy of utterly satisfied faculties, may I entirely dedicate it to all Buddhas in this way. Through this total dedication, may all those Bhagavan Buddhas who have the inconceivable joy of Buddhahood, far superior to this, may they be well established in the peerless joy of the Samadhis of Buddhas. May they be stable in the vast, boundless joy of Buddhas. May they have the immeasurable joy of the liberation of Buddhas. May they be well established in the boundless joy of the Buddha's miracles. May they be utterly well established in the inconceivable, dispassionate joy of Buddhahood. May they unceasingly have the supreme joy of Buddhas that is difficult to achieve. May they be utterly joyous with the immeasurable joy of the powers of Buddhas. May they be joyous with the unchanging, unborn joy of the pacification of all sensations. May they be joyous beyond disturbance through the utter absence of dualism in their constant meditation while abiding in the passionate joy of the Tathagatas. After this Bodhisattva has entirely dedicated these roots of virtue to the Tathagatas, I will entirely dedicate them to all Bodhisattvas. I entirely dedicate them so that all the wishes of those whose wishes are unfulfilled may be fulfilled. So that the intention of those whose benevolence of intention is insufficiently pure for the accomplishment of omniscience may become entirely pure. So that those who have not perfected the perfect them. So that the armor of the Vajra-like bodhicitta be irreversible until omniscience. So that their great aspirations for the roots of virtue, gates of awakening, equally directed at all beings, be utterly fulfilled. So that they realize all the states of bodhisattvas, so that they gain all sharp clairvoyances and faculties of bodhisattvas, so that all the roots of virtue of bodhisattvas lead to omniscience. After those roots of virtue entirely dedicated to bodhisattvas in that way, I will entirely dedicate them to all those who practice the Buddha Dharma, to all Shravakas, and to all Parchekya Buddhas in this way. I entirely dedicate the roots of virtue of all beings who have so much as heard the word Buddha or heard the word Dharma for the duration of a finger snap, or have served the Arya Sangha for that length of time. I dedicate them to unsurpassable, authentic, perfect awakening. I entirely dedicate them so that their recollection of the Buddha may be perfect. I entirely dedicate them so that those beings train in the recollection of the Dharma. I entirely dedicate them so that they may be respectful to the Arya Sangha. I entirely dedicate them so that they may always see Buddhas. I entirely dedicate them so that their minds may become pure. I entirely dedicate them so that they may realize the qualities. I entirely dedicate them so that they may accomplish immeasurable qualities. I entirely dedicate them so that they may purify the virtue of all clairvoyances. I entirely dedicate them so that ambivalence toward Dharma may be averted. Just as I have entirely dedicated roots of virtue to all those who have entered the Buddha Dharma, to all Shravakas, and to all Pratyekya Buddhas, in the same way the Bodhisattva will entirely dedicate all roots of virtue to all beings. I entirely dedicate them so that all beings may be turned away from the path of hell. I entirely dedicate them so that birth as an animal may be ended. I entirely dedicate them so that the world of Yama may be completely avoided. I entirely dedicate them so that all birth as beings in lower states without exception may be utterly ended. I entirely dedicate them so that all beings develop enthusiasm for unsurpassable awakening. I entirely dedicate them so that all beings acquire the benevolence of the Omniscient One. I entirely dedicate them so that they never abandon any of the Buddha Dharmas. I entirely dedicate them so that they accomplish the utter joy of omniscience. I entirely dedicate them so that all beings may become completely pure. I entirely dedicate them so that all beings may realize boundless pristine wisdom. I entirely dedicate them so that they may focus on the achievement of the states of a bodhisattva and omniscience. I entirely dedicate them so that they may desire the benefit and happiness of all beings. I entirely dedicate them so that they may have the wish to utterly protect all beings. I entirely dedicate them so that they may always be diligent in roots of virtue. I entirely dedicate them so that they may quash vanity and carelessness. I entirely dedicate them so that they may turn their backs on all kleshas. I entirely dedicate them so that they have the intention to emulate all bodhisattvas. I entirely dedicate them so that they may not sicken of the path to omniscience. I entirely dedicate them so that they may rely upon the level of pristine wisdom. I entirely dedicate them so that they may delight in the company of the wise. I entirely dedicate them so that, like bees, they may assiduously amass roots of virtue in order to protect beings. I entirely dedicate them so that they may be without craving for any composite. My clothing, food, medicine, possessions, coming and going in physical service. My actions such as sitting down or entering a place, the places in which I live, my calm demeanor, my good behavior of body, speech, and mind, my 6 faculties, dressing, massaging, and washing my body, eating, chewing, and tasting, bending and straightening my limbs, glancing and looking, falling asleep, and remaining awake. All forms of service that might be done with my body. There is none of this whatsoever that is not dedicated to omniscience. I entirely dedicate the giving of even a morsel or handful of rice to either my domestic animals or other animals to benefit of those beings and their liberation. I entirely dedicate it to the freeing of those beings from their animal births, from the ocean of suffering, from those conditions of suffering, from those skandhas of suffering, from those sensations of suffering, from that accumulation of suffering, from those formations of suffering, from that basis of suffering, from that root of suffering, and from those places of suffering. As for those beings, I intend this for all beings, am accomplishing this for all beings, and keep this in mind for all beings. By entirely dedicating all roots of virtue to omniscience, I ensure that those roots of virtue will lead to it. Generating bodhicitta, I will persevere in awakening. I apply all roots of virtue to it. I turn away from the wilderness of samsara. I will accomplish the unobscured joy of Buddhahood. I will extract them from the ocean of samsara. I extend to all beings the love that is endowed with the qualities of the Buddhas. Page 106, the dedication from the Light of Gold Sutra, page 106. May the sound of the great drum of the Light of Gold pacify the suffering of lower states, the suffering of yamas, and the suffering of poverty in the three realms of these billion worlds. May the sound of this great drum pacify the deprivation in the world. Just as Shakyamuni is fearless and pacifies fear, may beings be fearless and free from fear. Just as in samsara, the omniscient Shakyamuni has all the qualities of an Arya, may all beings become oceans of qualities, with the qualities of samadhi and the branches of awakening. Through the sound of this great drum, may all beings have the melody of Brahma. May they reach the sublime awakening of Buddhas. May they turn the virtuous wheel of Dharma. May they abide for innumerable kalpas. May they teach Dharma for beings' benefit. May they conquer kleshas and dispel suffering. May they pacify desire, anger, and ignorance. May those beings who abide in lower states with bodies burnt down to the bone hear the sound of this great drum and the words, I prostrate to the Buddha. May all beings remember the hundreds, thousands, and millions of their births. May they always recollect Shakyamuni. May they hear his vast teachings. Through the sound of this great drum, may beings always be in the company of Buddhas. May they abandon wrongdoing. May they engage in virtuous actions. May the sufferings of all beings in all worlds be pacified. May all beings with incomplete faculties or damaged limbs gain complete faculties today. May those stricken by sickness, the powerless and the weak, all those in the 10 directions who lack refuge, be quickly freed from sickness. May they acquire healthy faculties and vigor. May those threatened with death at the hands of kings, brigands, or enemies, and by hundreds of types of suffering, all beings desperate with suffering, be freed from the hundred dangers that threaten them. May all those who are beaten, bound in fetters, placed in desperate situations, agitated by thousands of kleshas, and undergoing unbearable dangers and misery, be liberated from their fetters. May the beaten be freed from being beaten. May the killed regain life. May the desperate become fearless. May all beings afflicted by hunger and thirst acquire food and drink. May the blind see various forms. May the deaf hear pleasant sounds. May the naked acquire clothing. May the impoverished beings find treasure. May all beings become happy and have abundant wealth, grain, and various precious things. May no being be tormented by sensations of suffering. May all beings become pleasing to see, with fine forms, beauty, and auspiciousness. May they always have many sources of happiness. May they acquire food, drink, wealth, and merit as soon as they think of them. Clay drums, hand drums, lutes, tamburas, springs, lakes, ponds, pools, golden lotuses, and utpalas with their petals, food, drink, clothing, wealth, pearls, jewels, gold, various gems, and vaidurya. May they acquire all of these as soon as they think of them. May the sound of suffering be unheard in any world. May no being see any other as disagreeable. May all beings be vibrant and cast their light upon one another. May whatever excellence there is in this human world arise as soon as it is thought of. May all wishes be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May the result of merit be perfectly complete. May incense, garlands, balms, fabrics, powders, and flowers fall from trees throughout the 3 times. May beings gather and enjoy them. May offerings be presented throughout the 10 directions to all innumerable Tathagatas, Bodhisattvas, Shravakas, and the Immaculate Infallible Dharma. May all beings abandon inferior births. May they transcend the 8 unleisured states. May they attain sublime royal leisure. May they always acquire the company of Buddhas. May they always be born in high families. May they acquire wealth and stores of grain. May they be well adorned for kalpas by fame, renown, form, and color. May all women become powerful persons forever. May they be brave, strong, wise, and lucid. May all beings always engage in conduct for the sake of awakening. May they practice the 6 transcendences. May we see in the 10 directions the Buddhas comfortably seated on thrones of Vaidurya in front of precious trees. May we also hear them teach the Dharma. And through whatever merit I have accomplished with body, speech, and mind, through those roots of virtue, I will reach supreme awakening. I will abide on the 10 levels, the 10 supreme sources of the precious. I will radiate the qualities of Buddhas. I will be free from the ocean of samsara. The qualities of the oceans of Buddhas are deep and vast. In omniscience, I will perfect all those inconceivable qualities. I will achieve the hundreds of thousands of samadhis, the inconceivable dharanis, the faculties, the powers, the branches of awakening, and through them, the 10 sublime strengths. The aspiration from the Ratnavali, page 113. Through the merit of doing that, and all that I have done and not done, may all beings have unsurpassable bodhicitta. May all beings have stainless, complete faculties. May they pass beyond all unleisured states. May they have freedom of conduct. May they have good livelihood. May all beings have jewels in their hands and unlimited resources of all types that will remain as long as samsara lasts. May all women become powerful persons forever. May all beings have awareness in means. May all beings have luster, fine form, and magnificence. May they be pleasing to see, healthy, strong, and long-lived. May they all become skillful, free from all suffering, immersed in the 3 jewels, and have the great wealth of Buddha Dharma. May they be adorned by love, compassion, joy, impartiality in the face of affliction, generosity, morality, patience, diligence, meditation, and wisdom. May they complete the accumulations, manifest the signs and marks, and continuously traverse the 10 inconceivable levels. May I too be adorned by these qualities and by others as well. May I be freed from all faults and have supreme love for all beings. May I fulfill all the hopes and wishes of all beings. May I always dispel the sufferings of all beings. May all the beings in all worlds who are saddened through fear become utterly fearless just by hearing my name. May anyone who sees me, thinks of me, or even hears my name become fully lucid, undisturbed, and sane. May they perfect awakening. May their perfect awakening be certain. In all their lives, may they attain the 5 clairvoyances. May they at all times and in all ways bring benefit and happiness to all beings. May all beings in all worlds who want to engage in wrongdoing be all at once and forever prevented from harming anyone. Like earth, water, fire, and air, like medicine, like trees in the wilderness, may I always be available to all beings for them to use as they wish. May I cherish beings like life itself. May I cherish them more than myself. May their wrongdoing ripen for me. May all my virtue ripen for them. As long as any beings remain unliberated, Even if I have attained unsurpassable awakening, may I remain. One half-hour break. Enjoy a break for one half. Okay, I'll set it up. You don't look good, you don't sound good. At least everything is, what's the word? All the signs are in accordance with each other. But you are good. But you are good. It's a little warmer today. Wow, lots of chocolate today. We must have done something right in the past. Sorry? I don't know. Must be preparing something. He has more to do than us. Shishi, thank you. Is it wrong to pick and choose? It's not.
You're very lucky. Oh my gosh. What's this? Lucky. Yingji. So lucky. Oh my gosh. 많이 있어도 좀 바닥에 있어요. 아니요. Manila is the luckiest. Yeah, we can see close, huh? Yeah. No, not yet. We're going to do it, yeah. We're waiting for the line.
Review one Kaman Kagyu Vietnam in Vietnam.
Oh,
It's
okay.
only next guy, everything.
Good.
Yes. We said
Good
he
for
will
you.
come.
You will come one day in Vietnam?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He guide me do what to do, what to do.
Okay. Everything?
Yes, in
Oh.
Vietnam.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah.
베트남 나 경험을 받기 최소 주의했어라. 하기를 가서 친구를 한번 걸고 나한테 친구를 슈퍼스타.
Yeah, so lucky. Come on, come for you. What? New Year blessing.
New Year present, Anila. New Year present for you from Kamapa. Oh yeah.
Tibet temple in Vietnam.
Oh.
Yes. Kaman Kagyu. Yes.
You're very, very blessed this morning. Wow, that's amazing. So, Anila, you are which language translator? Which language are you?
Vietnam.
I'm going to write in our course, and you can
Yes.
do this before. So, Vietnamese translator.
We view one Kaman Kagyu temple in Vietnam in Dalat city. Very beautiful city.
And then you get
Oh.
special blessing.
Whole city, very nice. He said he arranged everything.
Oh.
Let's see.
Fantastic.
Lay down the stone.
Yeah.
He give one statue.
Oh, really?
Buddha 12 years.
Oh.
He keep on the top. And His Holiness Dalai Lama one.
Oh my God.
We have good connection.
Yeah.
Good.
When I met him,
Oh.
very
good connection. Yes.
Wow.
3 times.
Okay.
So now one day we come in Vietnam.
One day I come, I'd love to.
I met the temple in Vietnam.
Come on, fantastic. First one, only one. You.
Maybe I will make we have all the city there. I make the temple is very
你好，你说。
I make very big and so woman also come where money. I don't know. For example, today tomorrow I make money people water and tomorrow I have.
Oh my goodness.
Good.
You have very
Because
strong
of here,
blessing.
good,
Yeah.
what they call
Yeah.
connection,
Fantastic.
permit, everything.
Yeah.
Today, Samasani level station.
Wow. So it's a
But
nice
yeah,
work
the
in there.
condition, how much? New Year gift. really?
Yes, in Vietnam. I go all the way comes from
Wow, that's good. That's very good.
yes. West side is it in
Okay, good.
and I need half an hour walking in Delhi.
Okay.
The guy needs to do BSc consciously. Yes, yes.
Oh my.
BSc research.
Wow. I have a goosebump. Oh my gosh. Manju should be
I translated in Vietnamese.
in Vietnamese.
这所去所日贝色多了三界所我去哪里？去哪？说那拉真说萨多达尼真说去说到耶娑那达耶耶娑。 Jambai Gumbun Jizun Singe Sun Guzu Luni Chanzi Selim Yajin Jebe Shindai Chinam Lai Sovan Desoi Chinge Lados Gyazin Doi Jamyan Paladins Papa Ladai Bandin Dawai Ribe Kojoy Nilai Sobai Dejin Lamzoi Nizir Marame Sobai Dezoi Chingi Ladus Chingi Chimboi Dembai Zudim Dezei Chayu Vadai Yeshim Chari Vadai Nizrui Palas Yei Shinin Chimboi Duman Sovai Dezoi Shingi Landus Shindai Nige Namzoi Lechoi Sonrai Choi Gungi Jobe Danye Chimboi Dave Shunud Gyarave Chine Madai Desoi Solovai Desoi Chingi Landus Chame Hone Membrai Sanje Madai Duche Nangorai Chulebe Gui Kanlai Kandlai Tsuge Denze Yazeng Gyabrai Jebai Tamjel Sovai Dezoi Chingi Landus Tovai Madre Joi Sunrai Choi Gele Bezai Geshe Kanlai Gele Rimbai Tamjel Sovai Dezoi Chingi Landus Tedarai Sovai Tabe Chinlai Mizeng Endren Doing Jiroi Shindoing Anden Tori Denden Solai Pagyai Nyebai Meche Marazai Lenai Chanvarai Chingi Prabrai Geve Sonai Jolen Tawai Gedai Jorvai Judim Meyen Enjoy Tserai Kundoi Yane Yandoi Tobrai Chingi Domai Meje Chenve Korve Sebe Zarai Taravarai Kawai Taravarai Debe Cheme Labais Tenye Chemboi Jevarai Chingi Kanji Jevai Membai Tenye Tenai Nyereshe Nyemlai Malsen Rimje Chanjo Cholai Jobai Nyendoi Chemboi te dai nam je dong lai me parai tro lai nyin ze shang jo sim je kan de nyam bai me parai chin je shang jo sim je gyur ne tro nai tenai trole me joi chan joi choi jin doi tenai gun doi sen je nam lai ja je joi sab doi ja je la ye ra je tim ye tra ve ye je la me kan lai kan doi te lai ma roi sa je je gen zhe ma yen joi je namo bhagavate sumeru kalparazaya tadai gradaya arhate samya sambuddhaya teriyata om kalbe kalbe maha kalbe kalbe pare shodane soha thangboin changjoin chodon semje Galabon chame sumdo tsosai Pardo jumben dushin jomden zingen de lai shirwa
Rigdur Yondi Je Dani Jamne Panso Gendun Deba Jamse Nyewan Sami Tongder Kuba Dan Je Husuran Demien Teyang Karzan Namrin Tongle Pekarda Ngaba Dagja Gatemba Tibe Wangbo Ngombar Zoba Sanjebe Nencho Jaga Doji Dendo Jagun Hingji Ranzo Panjo Jineze Wanso Samjenda Meye Sebar Zongne 초게 트르비고에 두가레제 잠초 카와 가리 좀 소르 저벤 잠벨링 데르링 쾌베 조원 타다 룬룹다 제멘 제벤 틀레 니제고네 도와른 제바 람송다 만체 바바르 자오 암보 카마바 고예 쳔와 쭈덴바 오진 돈드른 틀레 왕고 도진 초당 자군 체럽 직도 되바란조 잠바르 양 구윤느 처데 파반 장고 콘트롤 로드 추제냐만 초당 자군 토덕 직도 되바란조 사원다보 네딘 쳔비 줍스 페바 고히 자석 잡바 문주 고차제 릭송 권베 남처나 우르교토 냐미 까주베 상감 몬람 제모신 신인제 양아 시바섬나 잡반데로 Jardin Zinjong Perwen Gombong Chok Trubuk Nanda Nyamdo Yondin Jedani Pongwa Samdin Ba Namda Kando Jukun Lan Chimba Rab de Jeba Loba Tusam Ba Namdang Chosom La Japsu Song Ye Changchuk Je Sen Rumbo Je Ju Likpartawa Shano Yudu Kansa Nindu Be Tedin Chewa Chang Me Ba Nam Nguyen Je Monlam Da Sonam Je Top Je Lenzam To Lakbe Samba Zangbun Chu Je Teba Da Monlam Da Shiba Jeba So Samba Chekda Yang Cheke Dobe Karzanga Tunder Kanjin Jonso Duji Shingda Chenpo Jeje Tembe Mero Sowala Sanje Tamjeja Nga Sorwa Tawan Jangon Kondro Lodun Tayebe Den Choke Tribuka Rambar Shenba Yeba Chuje Lodun Yaman Chone Lada Jebe Chetar Sowa Tabayin Chowa Kadambe Minga Kunjin Himbo Lobjung Shimba Yedarje Chujung Kolo Sabji Jachewa Kowaran Zebane Unto Dan Lingilik Je Kompan Deba Yongla Negab Dan Tadoke Gepin Pawde Mijing Tse Mebe Drubin Choba Konale Sanzengin Chebe Kadin Yatab Trayang Reshe Lunga Yi Je Lamne Kadin Jisa Timbaran Sensing Gombo Kanyi La Pare Jawan Karma Ben Chile Je Shingda Suga ladang chemone kusong to yunden chile da jebe sunzi je ze tra shi je pusong soba na gosong rabdo kwebe dingbor dander de so chamne gendin deba yon la nyingor kunji gor jare jem bolam sheba la na gombo kani jati nyatawe tunde tuji ji nyingdo gocha tsimbe shedu je temba rumbo je sodyu kunde prwala koyen chungwa goma 나름 섬진 개주 삼점제 용된 탐제 찍的 대바다 남다르던 천례 중 휴소를 제직바다 체제 꾸지 샤베 까저 템베 만랑다 라바르 다자 남제 릭제 다보 바르 자오암보 까마반초 den사름데 헤도 추골랜데 레미 샤소르 뉴던 코네 도와나연 천례 진 잠례 슈르 차바당 텔라티네 저베 템바 리스 마체베 제다 라바 두주 바꾼제 냠보 Kagyu je umpan gonglerewa da nyamin parang shimbe longton dini je de mandrawa, tikpa mandrawa, chuju mandrawa, tenpa tamje tarkin jeba dan tenpa deda genzimbe chichen tamba na kuchi kongkam deshin kuchi shabe tada tenpa dan chuji je jasir pomo tamje je senangan garjin tada sewa dan yinyang Merek da chulok risa machebe chiwan tada nemong chusu so dongar le tingdo tarwa da majurwe simjin chechong yodo jo nekap dege janswe pala jo jan tardo tarba da tamjin chembe gombang la nyewarang ko de dongar jing kowan de je meng zamdo churwe chedo deso yone tomong jamju zewe zikban chen 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 shi sorwan deba dang Paranyamin dongo kajuba maname talsumje ringlo chama meba dubju je temba Jamsing Alda Parajao and Boko in Tewa, sending Zimba, Judimba Chambo, Origin Rondon Chile, Kunja Wango Dojin Choda, Jabjin Jangon, Kondo Rumbo, Jabje Koshi, Jasa Rumbo, and Choga, we Kaju Java Yasin, and the Lason Denuji, Tuju Yonsatan, Tambe, Tsugu, Libra Choja, Sanji Seba, Yavazo, Betrubo, Nandan, Kembo, the Dula number so, Razon, Nega, Dead, and Kukarchano, Jinja, De, Gendum, Panso, De Nilo. Gozong Kusa da Chapchik Chami Ladangso Terenge Jimbe Dabo Yone Hyosoran Demnying. Teyan Kawa Kanjin Junso Tunjo Nyemin Ninja Temba Rumbojan Dongha Sangda Trama Meba Sirjangja Duze Tukjuje Pamba Yonso Taba Risa Machebe Temba Rumbojan Dinin Zinjan Perso da Nyedun Drowa Jeta Seda Kawa Kanjin Junja Lagar Sodi Jawa Kunjan Chinleja Ranzong Pangjo Sana Pemo May Zusumba, Duju Timbe Zujin, Tong, Jubin Zimba, Koya Sentin Zimba, Judimba, Pari Javambo, Kamawa, Origin Rondon Chile, Kunja Wanga Dojin, Choda, Jabje Changon, Dojin Chankin, the Tai Sudarumboje, Jabje Kohe, Jangon Kondo Rumboje, Jabje Kohe, Jasa Rumboje, Choga, Kaju Java Yasin, and the Yian Sagi Kaning, Jonang Soris and Majebe, Tin Bing Abda, and Roa Yonje, Mari Banzaki, Tin Pangon Tamba Kala, Suyoba, Teda, Tamje, Kusi Shabe, Karba Jamsu, Tati, Yuva Meba, Mehi Dorje, Yungdonga Sembe, Chuje, Chumban Chambaran, Soji Yeba, Sovan Debada, Labara Jabje, Chami, Rumboche, Kani, Jizi, Tindungondo, Yansi, Trubuko, Newton Jambadang, Carmen King, Rumboche, Nendo Kato Rumboje, Sandro Rumboje, Namju Munjo Rumboje, Kando Pema Lamo Nam, Kusi Shabe, Tinjin, Zetin Jeba, So, Lisoja, Gota Miche, the Mede, Tinjo, Jingan Chute, the Jawan Chola, Mindo, Tism, Dimbadan, Duso Rumboje, Hingor Manja, Shiva, Gendura, Chanji, Gorangapjur, and Balan Shabalana, Kondo Chadaso, Rendena, Tete, Yindra, Tomo, Chamju Shavatang. Tana Dujutu Rambojan Chona Jimbe Dabo Karma Meo Tin So Lalo Tomone Kusa Je Husa Jadinda Yendokam Deva the Risa Machepe Tinzi Jew Tamba Cheta Seda Paraja Ambo Karma Bancho the Jabje Changon Tai Suda Ramboche Jabjin Jangon Kondo Ramboje Jabje Koji Jasa Rambojan Chogo Kaju Java Yasen on the Tijin Jabje Sanje Nimbore Ramboche Jabje Yung Manjur Ramboje so Timba the Simjin Lachik the Pembe Jijin Tamba Chanju Samba Kang so Yoba Teda Tamje Kusi Shape Tinjin Zeti Jebada Choju Gendun Je De Jedan Cheda Par Yerpa Kaju Je Densa Tana Gun Yizini Je Mala the Jebar Tusam Chuju Je Zawaso Lixo Je Go Tamar Make the Jawan Chola Mida Tinson Dimbo and Bunson Hengor Jedon Tambadang, Jabje Changon, Tai Sudarumbojan, Dum, Bunson, Gorang Adon, Jabjin Jango, Kondo Rumbojan, Dum, Bunson, Gor Sumdon, Jabje Kohi, Jasa Rumbojan, Dum, Bunson, Gor Sumdon, Ken Ramboje Lodri Dongyon Chogan Dimburzo Gor Sumdo Monlam Chemo Terzar Hengor Yechen du so Ramboje Hengor Manja the Gendur Chanji Gor Nibjare Che Purve Konson Dudu na Tete Yundrebe Tomu Jam Chongwan Chin 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 Kenanda Tagu Chuzola Karma Tichin Sapsal Linking Genzi Lama Trahi Tundrone Cha Flapsa Hundundrove Husun Dedon Jardin Tarjan Dogun Deva the Java Yijin over Choga Ujango Java Yasen and Kusi Hape Tinja Tuji Yegong Malu Linjin Druba the Guzo Jabjin Kinji Tango Rumbojan Chodan King Rumboje Sutan Janzo Rumboje number Ni Kutsin Chiming Gombo Tseba the Mebang over Tinjan Zetin Jeba the Jabjin Boga Rumboje Yansin Children John and New the Center Nasur Yunwadang Roll Loda Nede Gunje Denzin Jeon Choto Rumboje Koganza Yatindu Tuji Timban Zinjun Pesa Lundo Yunwa So Lisoja go to Michi the Mede Jawan Chola Mindatism Demban and Brunson Hengore Chit Tamba the Jabjin Jango Kondo Rumbojan Dun Gor Ngatong Jabji Kohi Jasa Rumbojan Dun Gor Ngatong King Rumboja Lodun Tongyun Cho Gor Ngatong Duso Rumbojan Hengor Manja the Gendura Chanji Gor Ngabjure Purve Consul Duduna Tete Yindrube Tomo Jamju Hava the Tejin Hong Kong Lama Pardin Neti Cho Jingan Chode the Jawan Chola Minder Tison Dimbor and Der Bunzo Hengor Jig Dong Jabjin Jango Rumbojan Cho the Jabji Koyi Jasa Rumbojan Namnin Dun Gor Dunjarin King Rumboja Lodu Tongyun Chogan Dun Gor Sumjan Duso Rumboja Chanji Gor Jareje Purve Duji Tembe Sonja Para Jao Ambokama Ban Chodang Jangon Kinte Tayo Sudu Rumboja the Jabjin Jangon Kondo Rumboje Jabje Kohi Jasa Rumbojan Chogo Kaju Java Yasen Namdang Gombo Gunja Trubuka Nambani Kusi Hape Dinjin Zeti So Kundo Jeba and Reto Jimbe Dabo Namja Nega Mundube Nisere Hede Tato Namjin Java Compound Rumboja Toba and Jidin the Semen Alando Joban Reto Simjin Selen De Ceta Labar Kanjin Puje Merik the Jarkabja Dendun Kona Tola Jang Ludan Longju Ninian Zahida Jeba Ludang Chembu Kuching Nawe Rari Jarachi Power Pamoten and Nega Pardin Jigba Yang Awaleto the Serap Chesa de Domalu Changje Ta de Tardin Renjun Tarto Dene Deva Kuji Yishingaya Dani Sanje Comba Rumboche Near the Toba Sojiche the Tomo Shujo the Tejin Hong Kong Zure Lama Tinzin Lalo Tomone Chaji Kuson de Jardin Tarjan Dogun Deva the Laba Duju Temba Yonje Sujin Parajawan Karma Banchodan Jangun Java Yase Reason Maje Betinzi Chiva Tambana Kusi Shapetin Zetin Jaba the Labar the Jabje Tango Rumboche dan King Rumboche Sutam Jambon So Nani Kuzi Shape Yunde Timba the Tale Jango Rumboche Yansi Newton Jamba the Zuru Rumboche Choge Chuji Sawa Malekimi Tuji Taran Raba the Sharzon the Reto Jimbe Dabo Nam Tsen the Jingi Parche Majongi Sama Dene Deva Namji Zozan Turpa Soje Che the Mene Meda Tinson Dimburda Deso Rumboche Ningor Manja the Chanji Gore Jare Che Purr Hong Kong Parishangba Tichin Lane Chuso Lalo Tomone Tincho Jingaran Chuti Meda Tinsum Dimbur and Der Deso Rumburche Maja the Gendur Chanji Gor Jare Purve Parajao and Bokama Bancha Boncho Kuzi Shape Yundi Tinche Sansum Gentilen Zeba Yundi Jebata Jerbe Jakakund Dan Chepara Hong Kong Jakab the Hibde Yonwa Soje Che the Tomo Surman Lama Tsewang Lane Tahi Lama Name Tsoze Jembe Dabo Lozo Tumone Minda Tinson Demba the Jawan Chola Benson Hengor Chikting Adon Jabjin Jango Rumbojen Dum Bor Song Gorang Adon Jabje Kohi Jasa Rumbojen Dum Bunsong Gorang Adon King Rumboje Lodu Donyon Chogan Dum Bunsong Gor Sumdong Monlam Chemateza Hong Kong Bunsong Gor Chikting Adon Abjan de So Rumbojen Hingor Maja the Shiva the Gor Sumtre Godong Chanji Gorang Abjure Purve Jardin Tarje yunde nebadan tenzin jiwa tamba cheda seda para jawan choka wu jawa yase na kuze shabe tenjen zete jeba da lab para da jabje surman kawan rombo jen chok kuze shabe yunde tenjen labjen tendu gungye male kemi lunjen doba da shajon tselende ba so fang zo se jembe da bon rito simje tselende se je tondong homo da tseda denba Nikchin Bu Yongzi Li Yongzi Jem Yongzi Da Yongzeng Li Yongfu Feng Yongfu Min Soji Che de Tomo Shuja de Teji Ari Karma Sugi Tsoba Ne Jawan Chokuzi Shabe Kajar Temba da Ari Zozen Zaling Shano Yodo Tamje Tamba Chujun Kolo Kowa Soan de Be Mendr Tinsum Dengbor Dan Duso Rombor Je Chanji Gor Nihyo 대된 점배 다보 코고 돈접 라는 데서 롬보제 녀거를 찬지 거를 니혀 짱아래 당 대위 끝에 까주 로조 터모는 데서 롬보제 찬지 걸 자래 당 산징팡 라는 데서 롬보제 찬지 거를 숨주 섭드래 당 자나 안에 있는 데서 롬보제 찬지 거를 니혀래 보존고 생슈정 레초 이낭 남매 용진 남매 왕종진 남매 리샤페 소 처음에는 데서로 보자 찬지 걸 압정 나드레 상해 려유소 라는 데서로 보자 찬지 걸 자레 자나 공조 소바는 데서로 보자 찬지 걸 든지 돈이레 주민 회라는 데서로 보자 찬지 거를 좁제래 드라마 띵소는 데서로 보자 찬지 거를 좁레 다스 암만 잠바소는 데서로 보자 찬지 거를 니레제 공소른 후 대된 점배다 보는 대그 조선 좀 벌랑켜발라나 잠벤스면 제대 강군서 차주되바 로소 달리 자세서 무소 내야 만토 무긴 중진 접아선 돌나 니디 저게바 말리바 맹글 하마 저바다 대된 점배 다보는 세레님의 삼동 타다 개미 델라도 접아서 리소 저고데 예연 지딘데 세명 알란도 저반드 토 심지 셀렌데자는 내가 받은 저바 양아와라 접아다 세럽 제사 디도 말을 장제다데 다데 림주 타르도 데네데와 꾸기 이싱아에 다니 산제제 공바 rum보제 녀도 테베 통모 잠죽 Shujudang Rimi Temba Yongji Shini Duju Temba Janzu Zuji Para Jau Ambo Kamaba Kuyin Chama Judemba Orjin Dondon Chenle Dorje Para Zambon Choke Jabjen Jangu Kondo Rumboche Lodu Chujen Yama Jabje Koke Jasa Rumbo Chapa Manjur Som Tsu Java Yavse Latrong Hilom Panzon Dude Rumboche Khavsin Dabja Yebe Nyedondo Gosum Kwepa Chembe Sa Che Sorwandanya Te Pinde Male Penjone Nyami Purangshebe Temba Londo Rumboche Namba Ni Yudu Nega Kundo Tarkin Jela Yore Nebada Tenzin Jive Tamba Panjo Chana Peme Dugar Gonsal Lamen Namdin Choda Duju Temba Jamju Zono Pare Jawa Ambo Kama Boko Yintawa Judemba Chapta Orji Chinle Dojin Choda Cheda Raja Namje Sonam Jogoka Par Jinze Malo Chembe Nidu Muson Jombar Samji Shar Usu Jawa Chango Dojin Chang Kendeng Tayo Suda Rumboje Kumteng Juniba Pema Tongyo Nivzin Cho Tang Rimi Tingzin Jiwe Tamba Kangla Sukyoba Tamje Sanang Sanzom Je Nyense Male Rabdi Shene Shabe Dorji Chu Dunda Dene Sanzom Zentin Tamje Yaje Chudrada Jebe Chamonda Tsende Pardo Saraba Dronla Chuda Panchenga Pema Bobo Tamdi Manji Chu Apara Tseren Namjar Sambuk Zu Rito Simjin Tamje Tati Rimji Namje Jawe Kompang Nyurda Taba Yongwada Jojowa Langung Po Chancho Pomo Sonam Chenzo Lama Tsega Trahi Chumbren Nangme Dakso Nangme Nyendreku Nyensiku Shelikso Kumberen Zanling Densu Jugu Nujuku Guso Jungjin Jigba Je Nyensen Tada Lami de Hene Tsesu Panjro Wanglo Yongdin Tamje Yardepala Longso Jebe Jason Dorji Ragole Namgu Mandarwa Gongcho Samu Hiwada Chapje Kagyu Monlam Soni Be Timjong Cheparji Indre Tendren Sonzi de Jingon de Nyendar Rakar Tang Nansar Chingsar Dobu Manja de Hengor Chitting Atong Par Jawan Kamaban de Tarda Hengor Chitong Jonga Changon Tayosudu Rumbojen Dun Bunson Gor Jejan Jangon Rumbojen Dun Bunson Gor Ngabja Chapji Jasa Rumbojen Dun Bunson Gor Ngabjan King Romborche, Dun Bunson Gorjada Ngabjan de So Romborche, Kunji Gorni Sangare, Tegu Toson Jumburwa, La Nazi to concert Rende. New the member Yoma teaching Ishin Belon and Naya Mundorova, Shoshun Chinji Shin, Dokam Lato, Horba, Langun, Namene, Po Razon Judin, Shinda Jadi Yazila, Sova Potos and Zabalaso.
Namda zudim zege zaje denze bamerla gobeze sheram niden nave jogoza dobjo dogondla chazallo rokam jize songya bajenlo sangbo chubechege gewe yabdo jujan jase zol mawe singe timelo dozo rekam sabo mindro dambeso rimge lamge lobo timeje dejen kuje dobo denze ba yongze lama gyoba chela de Dadan Simjan Tamje Lochusu Drawar Jinja Labdusu, Chelamdo Drawar Jinja Labdusu, Lam Truwa Sabar Jinja Labdusu, Truwa Yishisu Jawa Jinja Labdusu, Dagi Yula, Tinginsu Chodo Yoba Jinja Malum, Kiawara Jinja Labdu Sols. O na Namgada Nyambe Simjan Tamje Yang Dabar Zobe Sange Sunjo Doje Chan Jimbo, Kopan Tobar Cha. Dei che do tambe che sen la che nyembe kulong da kunje nabar da be sen cal te la yang kan sembar che we che ni lo jo shan ba shi ra gi dang jizun jagwa jazing gi zebe ane tunde ma shwe yin bre ane ta kaza ni masum reng la ane shan ba shi ra gi dang na ne 당고 숨디 쉬차바 yin bre ta diring tama Zimbabwe Tawamin said the 23 millions.
Please think to yourself that it is for the benefit of all sentient beings who are as limitless as space, that they must be brought to the state of completely perfect Buddhahood, the unified state of Vajradhara. And for this purpose, think that you are listening to the Dharma. So with this pure motivation and pure conduct in listening to the Dharma that we are listening to is the freedom from the 4 attachments, the instructions by Jetsun Drapa Gyatsen. We have been covering these over the last 3 days, and we have gone through the first 3 of the 4 freedoms from attachment. And so today we will cover the 4th, which is that if there is grasping, it is not the view.
나데 마시면 가로도 도마치까지 슈기 안 달에 안에 칠로 안에 사제 인자 안에 통말 안에 남바 창말라 안에 로사베나 안 참자시들레 쉐인스
But before I begin, I would like to say a few things. Today is the Western New Year, so I would like to wish everyone a Happy New Year.
다 로사벤나 안에 나랑기 mendenla 안에 마저 남게 타다냐 베심제 탐지기 결라 안에 전주기 샘름 붙이 계징 안에 내제 삼조의 단에 편진 참배 샘당 안에 뎀베 안에 맞춰 잠릉디 안에 시대 빨러로 말람 감마 슈기스
And my prayer for this new year is that all the sentient beings, who are as limitless as space, may develop bodhicitta within their beings. May they be free of malicious intentions and conducts, and may they bring great benefit and happiness to each other. And so this is my prayer for the year.
다 진바주나 따와 means 이게 된지 마시베나 다 지들 안에 네 마시베 가로도 가장 공기 안에 로준 셴바시다게 당화 나네 통말 숨디 안에 탑기차 임바레 안에 다 안에 셔럽기차 셔럽 따위차 디 안에 메드미롱와 차디게 바임바레스.
And so now for the explanation of the fourth point, if there is grasping, there is view. First of all, among the instructions on the 4 freedoms from attachment, the ones that we have covered in the past few days, the first 3, primarily discuss the aspect of means. However, the aspect of prajna, the view, is also indispensable.
다 지들 두견 주닝아 진짜 짤라 두와메스 다 지들 두견 안에 춘이라 안에 짐바드 제바이나 안에 투비 공부 또 민디 바다 안에 추바타달레 저 미드바임바레스.
And so the instructions begin, no matter how the self is, if you grasp at the nature of things, there is no freedom. And so, if you have grasping at the nature of phenomena, at the dharmata, then you will be unable to do study and listening. You will not be able to liberate yourself from confusion.
임바디야 남순 레스 나와 텐데 로와 메바다 동바 켈렌드라베 고아니 지시 소소 나와 디시도 투비 안에 공부도 바메스.
This is as described in the text, The 3 Principles of the Path, which says that appearances are unfailing and the nature is emptiness. If you perceive these as being separate, then you will be unable to develop meditation.
임바레 다 짐바데야 대 십두 셰제나 여버진라 타바메 메버진라 토리메 니가르짐바 미셰바 니미징알라 강더쇼스 다 여버진라 타바메 송야디 아니 오벌랑 오버셰나 아니 랑싱기 아니 레도다 남도 아니 랑쇼르자 아니 여버진라 아니 타바메버레스.
Now the text continues to elaborate in more detail. If you grasp at existence, there is no liberation. If you grasp at non-existence, there are no higher rebirths. If you grasp at both, you are just ignorant, so do the best you can to remain in non-duality. And so, if you grasp at existence, there is no liberation. This means that if you grasp at things as being things, then naturally you develop hopes and fears about them. You are overcome by thoughts. And in this respect, if you grasp at things existing, then there is no liberation.
매버질라 토리메스 가야 매버지바이나 아니 토리 매바임바레스 니거르즈마 미셰바 니미징알라 강더쇼스 다 니거르즈바 아니 매자 아니 시그마레스 매자 아니 니미징알라 강더쇼스 다디 이제게 아니 따와빵네 숨주 니멜라 아니 로 조수 땡겨바임바레스.
However, if you grasp at non-existence, there are no higher rebirths. So if you grasp at things not existing, then you will not be reborn in the higher realms. If you grasp at both, you are just ignorance. It is impossible for there to be both. And so for that reason, so do the best you can to remain in non-duality. And so here, this teaches giving up all views and then mentally entering or engaging in the unified non-duality.
최근 생기 주의 차단 원조 라소바 중시 제게 맞sol월 세미잉알라 강더쇼스 다 남부 상계 발라 두다모 시여바 임바레 제다모 도데바 셈점바 우마바스 아니 제다모기 아니 셰바기지 참에다 아니 송화두딘 참에 아니 여버 아니 샬기 시게여바 임바레스
The text continues, all things and events are the domain of the mind, so without searching for a creator of the four elements, such as a mere chance or an almighty God, do the best you can to rest in mind's innermost nature. Now, in Buddhist philosophy, there are four different philosophical schools. There is the exposition school, the sutra school, the mind-only school, and the middle way school. In the exposition or Vaibhashika school, they assert that there are indivisible moments of mind and indivisible partless particles.
다 도데바기 아니 텔레 학스 좀 샤기여바 임바레 아니 셈자바기 아니 최근 생기 주인 최담제 아니 생기 주인바 임바 샤기 샤바다 차다 원주 라소바 중시 제게 맞어와 심니닝알라 강더쇼스 다디 인지기 셈잠바 다 아니 투몽웨 아니 람림 아니 땡겨여바 임바레스
The Sutra school view is a bit better than that. And then in the mind-only school, they assert that all things and all events are merely in the sphere of the mind. They are just the domain of the mind. So without searching for a creator of the four elements, such as mere chance or an almighty God, do the best you can to rest in the mind's innermost nature. And so this passage through here teaches the path that is common with the mind-only school.
나와 유메랑신다 땡지 저와 중화이 니룩 저버 미시기 저다 잉알라 강다르쇼 세디기 안에 택진 우마베 투모마이 벨람 땡겨여바 임바레스
The next passage, appearances have the nature of an illusion. The nature that arises interdependently is indescribable. So rest as best you can in the ineffable nature. This passage teaches the middle way view.
나와 유메랑신다 땡지 저와 중화이스 당한주 통대회 안에 최탐제 안에 나와 안에 유마 밀람다부 랑신기 데마 마두바 임바레스
Appearances have the nature of an illusion, the nature that arises interdependently. And so all of the phenomena that we see, all of these are appearances that have the nature of dreams or illusions.
임바디안 도딘지 잡을래 규마 잡었다기 수르데 따다 랑보신도 나주자 델라 지신 나와 가야메 천나담지 대다 셰버키스 송예와 임바레스
This is as explained in the King of Samadhi Sutra. The horses and beings that an illusionist projects through the nature of his illusions have no nature at all. Know that all phenomena are like this.
땡지 저와 중화이 세디 다 아주 최담제 안에 유견 나조 속월라 때네 주바 임바레 안에 유견 땐데 손에 나와 마손에 나의 매바 임바레스 도나 최담제 안에 유견 땐데 나조 속월라 때네 주바 임바지
The nature that arises in it says, and what this means is that all phenomena arise because of the assembly of causes and conditions. If causes and conditions arise, they occur, or assembled, then they arise. If they occur, then the phenomena appear. If the causes and conditions are not assembled, then they do not appear. In brief, all phenomena arise from the assembly of causes and conditions.
임바디야 강지 땡주 마인을 최가여바 마인노 대지 똥마 마인을 최가여바 마인노 시송여바 임바레스
And for this reason, it is said, therefore there is no dharma at all that is not interdependent. Therefore there is no dharma at all that is not emptiness.
대인자 아니 땡지 더워 중에 최타다 아니 내룩 아니 된담벼 Tena Tundabala Namdam, the Tundam, Namda Maim Bitundaba, Ye, Yebe Nane, Namda Maim Bitundaba, De Tundama, where Shako, Imbare, Dead on it, Danger George with Chetamje, Nelu Tundambe Wola, and a Ranshingi Dembadruba Meber, and a Tendeldan, Jeda, and a Unasems Druba, the Yumadruba, the Ranshim Meber, Tendeldan, and a Masam Jime. In Batroto Sundu Juba, and a Gongo embrace.
So all phenomena arise through interdependence. The way they are, their nature is the ultimate nature. Their actual nature is the ultimate. And with the ultimate, there are two types of ultimate truth. There is the categorized and the uncategorized ultimate. And here, this is the uncategorized ultimate. This is the actual ultimate nature of all phenomena. And so all phenomena that arise through interdependence by their nature are ultimately cannot be established as existing in their nature. They are all interdependent. And so in this way, we should meditate that all appearances are mind, that all these appearances are illusory, and we need to determine that they lack nature, are interdependent, and are indescribable.
Nelu Java Mishibi Judy Yingala Kandar shows. Donna, and a day in Jiggy, Shine Gumzu Shula Dene, and a Hadon Gumzu, and a Mustingi over it. Hadon Gumzulaya, and a Chirogi, Danger Dojo, Chatamje. Ane na semsu druba imbada yuma drubada ane rashi mebada tendre da dona masam jeme imba tengyo ba imbares.
And so these are the appearances are indescribable, so rest as best you can in the ineffable nature. And so this teaches the method of insight practice explicitly. And so in brief, all the phenomena, external phenomena that arise in interdependence are appearances of mind. They are appearances of the internal mind. They are illusory. They have no nature. They are interdependent. Basically, they are all inconceivable and inexpressible and indescribable.
다 대바도 내내 로전 샴바시라기 당와 지준 차과 계획이 제비 된데 찾아마 시사와 이버래 안에 가장 니마 당고도 쉬번난신 지당 안주 주진이 자와 관대시 제바 있나야 토마 점도 심지 로고 받아 안에 타말 안에 오해 시신 거 봐. 임바디 계좀래 쉬번 레 안다 오와디 가래 쉬바이나 고치진나 Shamba Shidal Shebai, Gewadi, Sonamji, Drova Dumbo Maluba, Sangesala Gober shows, the Ding Wa Imbares.
Now, this completes the instructions on the freedom from the four attachments by Jitsun Dralpa Gyatsen. As I mentioned on the first day, whatever Dharma we are practicing or we are teaching or listening to, it needs to be preceded by going for refuge and arousing bodhicitta, and it needs to be concluded with a dedication. And so the dedication here in this text reads, by the merit of this virtue explaining the parting from the four attachments, may all the seven classes of living beings be led to the perfect ground of Buddhahood.
되게 안에 셴바시르셰베 안에 계획자와 진이바 탐제 로와 듬보 말르바 상게살라 고버쇼스 안에 로와 듬보 말르바 지단 로와 릭도 예베 칸라 안에 바르도 되게 로와 자제 안에 로와 듬보 말르바 안에 상게게살라 고버쇼스 되게 네 kondushibanashi tangwa tengyo imres ngwa imres.
And so this dedication is that may all of the roots of virtue from teaching and explaining them, with none left out, may they bring all of the seven classes of living beings. Now the seven classes mean the six classes of samsara plus those in the intermediate state. May it bring all of these sentient beings to the perfect level of Buddhahood. This is the dedication.
Dibuyan Tingu Sangi Sala cover shows. The Shamba Shidilgi Dama, Najoba Tawa Janzingi, Pau Saja Gomber Jawa was.
It also teaches the result in saying, be led to the perfect ground of Buddhahood. And so this instruction on parting from the four attachments was composed at the glorious Sakya monastery by the yogi Drapa Gyaltsen.
Tenza da Tama, on the Shubanashi, and Chichiningi Chawa, Kandis Chabaya, or Yabguadi, Kejum Shiracha Digdo. Kain Shivaina, and give it our Chiniba, Tamje, Mangoina, chooses to give Imbare. Tenza, and Chichiningi Chawa, Kanda Kans Chabaina, Moeti Singwadi, Tama, Moeti Singwadi, Kejum Shira Imbares.
All of the virtue that it is very important for us to dedicate all of the virtue that we have gathered by teaching and listening to the Dharma. The reason for this is that if we do not dedicate all of these fruits of virtue, then they will expire or go to waste. But if we dedicate them, if they are imbued with the dedication, then they will not go to waste. And so therefore dedicating them is extremely important.
Da Tamadi, Aneng Manzo, Chevajin Bichane, and Lo Chus door, Che Lam the door, Lam Trua Sawa, Trua Yishis Shave, and Bezu Cheguadi, and Kejum Shira, Chadi Yobimberes.
Finally, for us as practitioners, it is very important for us to strive to make sure that our minds become the Dharma, that the Dharma becomes the path, that the path dispels confusion, and that confusion may dawn as wisdom.
Ta Lojong Malamde, son this songs of Shugudala and Gumti Shugins.
And so now we will recite the aspiration for mind training, and following which we will have the meditation.
Soy nam je je jang zoi zoi shen chang jo zen jo re bo che do nye nye je nye bo je chen je ma lo ja ve la ma de la nye do tien ne yang nam ge san ye nyoro to sho nam ge san ye nyoro to sho
곰냠린 쥐에 임버레 안에 곰 냠레 안에 된디 네 땡진 대월 중에 최탐제 안에 내룩 된담배 몰라 안에 랑싱 담아 마주바 땡들 안에 저러도 때라 밤네 안에 저러 숭죽 또 안에 conversions.
Next, we have the meditation practice. What I would like to ask you to meditate upon is how the nature of all phenomena, of all interdependent phenomena, cannot be established as anything in the ultimate way things are. They are interdependent, they are free of all elaboration, so please meditate upon this unified, non-dual nature.
Shibitenla komnyamle manangbe ane ngondo ane lani building du shade jungse nyambar sharonas ta kazani ni di shudi gore di shubi jumzende lamsa ko migwadela ane gomtebaina ko kom chetugo meba imbare kansna tandang ju semde sangisingi yude ko sharja ane ko komjabaina ane ko 세워시라 중국 매장 ane 당보 ane 라니 빌딩도 샤데 셈 중세 냠버 샤워 쇼스 셰고 좀진데 대인 바레스 셈 löj.
But before that, I would like to ask you to please place your hands on your knees and rest for a few moments. As I mentioned the other day, the reason for this is that if we immediately try to sit down and focus on the meditation, then because our minds are so busy and harried, it's difficult for us to meditate, and our meditation is not clear. And so for that reason, I would like to ask you to place your hands on your knees and relax for a few moments.
Right now we have a monkey mind. So I think before you do the real meditation, as David said, Kamachibel said, place your palm on your knee and rest for a while. And then after that, we will do the main meditation. 다 공도 주베 된라 남남 최든데 덴베 토네 중심년 버샤고
Now, please sit in the posture points of Vairochana and meditate upon the meaning that I just explained.
다 가자 이마 공도시바 나신 지당 마랑기 아니 저점 놈녀레 보베레 간지지대 토네 시라 야좀 쉬어야 슈투고 말에데 이나야 자벨라마기 투제 까딘다 아니 규벨라마기 아니 투지 진라 아니 마세 아니 캠보도 기회신이 남에게 투제 까딘 라테네 예 아니 셰바레 마세 아니 마랑기 꿀룬 상보지다 아니 최샤바 타다 아니 자벨라마라 최베스도 아니 지도 강도지 셰베 베즈 제바이 마세 아니 갑근 고마르 무지 군드네 아니 셰롱 기 규비 친랍데 캬란주 슈베 말람 가마마 슈기에스
As I mentioned the other day, I am still studying, and there is not a whole lot that I could teach, or I could not teach too much about this. But because of the kindness and compassion of my root Lama, because of the compassion and blessings of the lineage Lamas, and especially because of the kindness of my Kempos and spiritual masters, I have tried to do my best to teach this as well as I can. Not only that, I have tried to have a good motivation in teaching the Dharma to you, and to do my best to teach as well as I could, as my root Lama has requested me. Not only that, I have recently received the lineage and the transmission from His Holiness the Sakya-Trizin Rinpoche. And so I hope and I pray that you have received the blessings of this transmission.
아니 사실 쓰신 남들 잠ling 시대 대변 진으로 건설적으로 좀 다 아니 가지 때문에 가다 봐 개용 가마 봐 아니 다 아니 땡진기 계전다 뭐 강로 수식과 탐지 구제 까자 땡진 아니 투기 샤바 탐지 배면 핑겨 주베 말람 슈더 슈신 바인스
And now I would like to make the prayer and the aspiration that all of the virtue, the roots of virtue that we have from teaching, teaching and listening to the Dharma, may be dedicated so that the teachings of the Buddha may flourish, and in particular that the teachings of the precious Kagyu lineage may thrive and flourish. May His Holiness the Dalai Lama, as well as the master of our Kagyu teachings, His Holiness the Gyalwang Karmapa, and all of the masters who uphold the teaching have long lives that will last for eons, and may all of their wishes be accomplished spontaneously and without effort.
계시시디 안에 콩남배기 안에 제티 매도 중앙 될라 아니 만주 저 소소 탐아버지기 아니 태좀 록대 마디버 지다 아니 다나 지중수 마송하지 제과에디 계준부 시라차되게 여버리버레스.
The most important thing is that we ordinary individuals not have any doubts or misgivings about the activity of these great beings, and that our pure perception of them does not decrease.
Donna 대바 탐직 마메베 고네 아니 무규 아니 드메페워 아니 말람 아니 슈더 슈신베이 아니 캐란 속에 대바 탐지 마메베 권네 아니 자엘라마기 까칸 나와 탐지 당도 렌네 냠슬랑 거야디 개좀시라 통도 개치저도 통도
And so it is important in brief that we have unquestioning faith in Samaya and that our devotion and appreciation of the root Lama increases and flourishes. And it is important that with such unquestioning faith and devotion, that whatever it is the root Lama tells you to do, you be able to accept it and put it into practice.
테마도 믹세 샴바키 슈에메 안투시에 뜻들레
I do not have anything else to say at the moment, so I would like to say thank you very much.
Yalwa tamche yege ngozomdo shenge tenye lura deba ye Yalwa gunla rabdo chazalo dulje tena dunye sanje suna shubhala tedra chuje yena maleva tamche yalwa dage kanwa me tedra ngaba meze yazo Yange yanlo yazu dragunge yawa gunge yende raji dewara shekwa tamje dage tu medo tamba chenwa tamba senye namda jokpa dojo tam marme chodan dobe tamba yawa teda lane sheparagi nasa tamba namda je Chimne Burma Rera Nyamba Tang Gweba Chebra Pabe Chogunge Yawa Teta Layang Chebra Ye Cheba Kama Lame Gyache Teta Yawa Tamje Layang Me Sambo Chela Tebe Topdagi Yalwa Gunla Chazala Chebra Ye Deja Shetan Demo Wange Ludang Madan Dejin Yege Gyang Degba Dagi Geba Cheche Deda Tamje Dagi Sosro Sha Choje Gyawa Gunda Sanje Rangya Namdan Lobdan Me Lobdan Jowa Gunge Sunam Kala Deda Gunge Jesu Daye Ran Kana Choje Jigden Drama Janjo Rimba Sanje Machani Gombo Deda Dagi Tamje Lana Meba Groba Nyange Dade Kanshi Deda Doa Kunla Beijing Deve Shikaba Shingi Dunye Shuba Yang Dagi Tangma Rabja Solwarai Chaze Wadan Shujin Shaba Dan Jesu Yeran Kujin Soba Gewa Chungse Dagi Chezamba Tamche Dagi Changju Chirinbo Benzara Sato Sa Maya Manamba Benzara Sato Tenaba Techa Tedro Bava Sudo Kayo Me Bava Subo Kayo Me Bava Anu Rado Me Bava Sarva Siddhi Membrai Sarva Karma Sudha Me Zetam Shireya Guru Hongo Ha 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 Ho Bhaga Vene Sarva Tata Gata Benzra Mare Me Menze Benzre Bhava Ma Samaya Sandoya Benzra Pue Me Ai Shen Nambaran Tapa Wanshin Sege Sai Om Benza Rege Ai Om Che Jare ke rawe yonso gorbe weso re kyabo rewo chora shara le babo lo zambo le no palanche chan chamenye le dan le ba ngaya da ngaya je yoden da lam jo jo chamenye dan chamenye je da Rinpo Chiye Revo Bazam Jeshin Deje Pa Mame Boye Lodo Kurlo Rinpo Che Murpo Rinpo Che Zumo Rinpo Che Lumpo Rinpo Che Langpo Rinpo Che Tajo Rinpo Che Mabe Rinpo Che Tershin Boye Pumba Gemo Mai Tenwa Mai Lu Mai Kare Mai Medo Mai Dobe Mai Naze Mai Deja Mai Nye Mai Dai Wai Rinpo Che Do Chole Nambara Gyave Gyai Tse Vizo Ladan Mi lame shabe demba kanyang yong lai dege jongwa daje male zozai jibjang nyodo sanje salai gembarai jo. 조준아 주베 상계다 주주 마domje dara 고조조 뒤에서 상계에서 남다르고 좀 도제 남기 장신기 사제 상매기게 자담제 셔주동에 바시다와진도 다자라서데 칸님 심전기야 대다 동어와기요 상계 장선데다가 투게바도 만남지저도 멤버자바 대신도 다소 심전 탐제기야 대다도 심게바도 멤버기요 대신도 다소 심전기 라마라셔도 긴줄랭잉을 기울라지도 중불라도 먹고선도게 대신 라바섬 대상고서 버려드신 바주 얘기해서도 유명하다 자반 염설람배 계사 가조디 심전 가조 상계 가조 공방년의 chan주 가조 모두세 이시 가조다 구 가조 거에 가조 게베 규롱어 다드네 sombe 와다 신병와 투대바슈 조준아저베 상계다 주주선 바담자달라 고소소 기드 좀 바남달라 고소소 진배다 본 자전 부체 까마 이시도지 까마 춘예 좀 자도지 데라 까마 소놈 라모 클로딩 로란 로루 갈파노 오니빌링 캐서린 브라운 鲍继介蔡黄荔枝刘振涛 吕崇明、吕马永贞、吕国正、张秀琴、吴举娇、吕博义、吕奇峰、汤子莹、叶耀宗、杜伯昌、林三郎 陈振顺、高银龙、高俊伟、吴梅镇、林书燕、林世豪、谢清泉、劳长英、李淑华、莫其华、周炫基 王东兰、谢耀明、王诗乔、张文景、赵其莹、郭汉忠、黄孝珍、陈静芬、우선 스님, 차비 총사, 송명수, 도노 스님, 라서 배신에 세단된 바 남제 고아 통마에 받는 타마타달로 투게바 진발에 좋아도 수림에 좋아도 공발에 좋아에 기회서 기회다 기도서 기회라 제서 이런 기회서 개바디 지글로라고 저러 접어벼다 견줄을 니고로 잡아다 버려도 심배 까잡아도 수용라 도마벼 중불라 도마다다 유민 일에는 도마 참발라서 기회서 한디 진바담바 섬기 기에 섬기 요즘에 저기 소 된기 저도 캠보다 로베다 파다메 응원도 저렇지 타예베스며 탐지게도 남바 탐지게베 상게 도바라 대마도 예바도 새롭는 새로 던져도 대주를 비숨조베 밀리 도바라 밀리 돈에 야티바시 베게외 신년다 제바라 디 당화의 제소 대반의 대주발라 치다나가 바지 탐지 매지 민정화의 차가시 뭐초공으로 도바 대권하신도 신비영어라 토대버쇼 저전의 집에 상계의 전주서 만들지 신체례 대바 라마가마 편조 안에 자방 최저 도지왕모 가말하와 덴데 대신 반데 알퐁스 마송 발제 계산제리 아마존 베르 파수에게 지린 변조 정하세는 군조 채왕 Hatred Amuser Lin Morgan Wu Yunzhang Zhu Sini Chen Song Yang Denghui Ma Chen Deci Ma Tianxi Chen Liang Lü Wanzhi Li Zhaoxiong Lin Bingqing林正祥、林正文、林莲爱美、拉索巴那罗古斯，给对尊巴那么现在人的巴那罗古斯，现在人的巴的那，对从的稍微给说，基本的中华的出门的中华的公布的中华给说，基本的给说，基本的就是一让给说的训练是吧？打成一顿之后，那么现在人的巴的那个就是。군조라 저바다 긴듀는 인고를 저바다 가시로 예버도 저바다 최경로 도무비는 중보라 도마다 유민이래라 도무라마다 소베 계획자와디 신세련자바 가들레게 왕 로아르로 간다간도 이제 계획자와 대다디 치신으로라는 로아르로 이게 동해 사다다든 대줄 밀류 비숨사바 도바라 밀류 돈에 야구조숨 게 라테 바라 구조숨 게 라테는 구조숨라 대바토 바라 구조숨라 대바도네 이게 교선로와도 숨기기는 라베시 다다라로 남바탐지 이게 상게 도 바라 대코나신도
군조 숨라 차차 대야단 벤전 제야 아완 보단 나예 소여한 대야탄 하캬트라 사라와디탄 샤트레나 메사 메다 단님 바웬도 소여한 군조 숨라 차차 대신 셰바 다좀바 양다 바른 조베 상계 남브라 남제라 차자로 파바 창조 셈바 쳔보 토지 쳔보 당데바 남게 닝보라 차자로 데다 면전대하고 나나서 대야나 면전대야 만나서 대다면전대야 만나서 대다면전대야 아완 보다나예 소하인 초간딘 데제첸 파바시랍예 파르도 심발라 네브라이큐르 뒤탐제단 객단 로제 탐제게 메동와라이큐르 시베 뒤체나 파바 세바도 메바 통와라이큐르 대신 셰바 남단 창출 셈바 탐제 통화를 겨루 몰람 제다라 따바 신도 통화를 겨루 조준 대신 겨와 세상 제라마에 다 컨트롤 제정 말이 신게 드니 쇼소스 된게 남카에 된라 르마이 소나게베 차살로 지나 상화 대신이게 댄조 대신 남게 제마르 맹게 대베 솔라다노스 가다메게 게베라도샤 신제 텔레 도제다기 스나마게 소이군라이라 게베 성난양예메다 Dene sumda lame cheko gezo male jove kyola Dronama lame tarbe sajin sho sanje seje dala kunso Tage samle monlam razan de jawai kundo santan tese Papa chambe yangi kembantar Tedai kunye jesu tavo Tembe bajra lama rinche Namkai shindoi kunlai chaparash Nidai shindoi kunla sarvai sho Riloi shindoi tatoi temparash Tembe shima ingede rinpoche Toden chenzang la sung gechosh Tembe nyingbo sangan drube Tamche tenshin kezo tarashish Tembe shenda shechon jabo yang Shabse jeshin tenla membarash Tembe shabde jage lambo yang Loje rape tadan tembarash Tembe seje chimda jordena Longche teshin nyerse membarash Temlai tebe yangbe jagan gun Dege teshin parche shivarash Lamlai nebe nanjo danyi chan Tamze menya sambar chobash Talai sangye lege chajukan Nekai tardoi jave chezish Chona lame tekbe gorshune Kuzay jase chenpo tobarai yo Deye tamje sewa ye tomne nyebe chana pamje ne geka naishe balai chubai sebe solen jowa isho
Tedi Tiringonda 추정하다 체가라 결혼 탐지에 추정하다 체가 추정하발라 소초로 봐 추정하다 체가리야 결혼 탐지 내야 슈고도 내 패고도 다 추정하다 체가리야 결혼 탐지 내 슈고도 가연서는 근교를 최고로 제하당 선념 배알라서 봐 디즈고리아 가면시안도 드린디 추정하다 체가리야 참을 배로나 샤인 die Truguda Kempo Yang Gelon Yimna Shurona Shuai Mise Kame Tojana
Gendun Banang La Nisi Shuyala, Terenkaju Mola Nyama Yaba Chadiari, number 2 Chensar Kaju Mola Ni Yabala, Uda Yaya de Tuji Makoshia, Tata Ningong de Namshi Yang, Chombondo, Teni Hilan Chusadu Tuzu Tumba Yang De Sayari, Tikapsu, number 2 Yari Tamna Yaboyasari, Yang Gonda Tavala, Namshi Tamo de Cha, Teni Ta Yarankin and de Marana, number 2 Tesa of Jin Tesari, Tejedu Uda Yaya de Tuji Makoshia in Tuji.
De Kagyu Monlam ki friends of Kagyu Monlam namju nganju dine pa bus ki pache suje shugu ba thari ani langa peke korsong ki ka ani bus ti tang mindu so ja thari number chola bus mindu and Telanganju ge Gonda Shugi. Tene Nyamdo, Ani Chuchuwa Changmal Shuayi, Saja Pomo Yongzola, Ani Pige Chuka Sanju Dunjute Peju Yakutarona, 배트 니리 그게 가니 레와 민도 손자 아니 단다 소심벌에 아니 수기 남기 요래 이내 나란종은 배주디 땐데 야고땅구도 디나를 간주 만주 상주나를 간주 만주루야 민도 안데 루네 샤요래 기니 루네 샤도 디나를 인지 민지 루바나로나 슈야이 디참에게 아니 tunju로람 나로나 토지체
With great regret, we must announce that there is no Kagyu member Monlam bus this afternoon. There is no bus service from Tergar to the Mahayana Hotel for lunch this afternoon or returning. This is because the Bodh Gaya police are not allowing large vehicles to pass the security check on the road. We have requested to them that we may have a bus for the sake of our members, but unfortunately we were declined. So there is no bus available for Kagyu members this afternoon. Also, a health and sanitation message, please. The toilet system is having difficulty coping with the number of guests we have here at the pavilion. So when you use the public toilet facility, please be mindful and use plenty of water. Thank you.
这里有2点事情报告。今天因为新年有部分交通因素的